Showtime! Showtime!
What's going on?
4, 3, 2, 1.
In 2077, they voted America the worst place to live in America. Main issues, sky-high rate of violence, and more people living below the poverty line than anywhere else. Can't deny it, it's all true. But everybody still wants to live here. This city's always got a promise for you. Might be a lie, an illusion. But it's there, just around the corner. And it keeps you going. It's a city of dreams. And I'm a big dreamer.
Nobody gets hacked. To get hacked, you need somebody with 197 IQ, and he needs about 15% of your password, right?
Ladies and gentlemen,
Okay, so give us a moment. Once again, we're just going to see if the volume levels are correct because we're looking at another screen. Also, if you can hear me, here's the first new Incent Award coming up. Okay, I think this is as loud as we can possibly be for right now. So hello everyone out there on the live streams. Made in Jersey City, once again looking a lot more awake, hopefully, and alive than I was the past couple of days when we were streaming the RC3 or the Remote Chaos Computer Congress, probably because it is 9:17 p.m. instead of 4 a.m. in the morning. Here comes our co-founder, G.I. Jack, and one of the two people here, although they can only see you from the neck down, which I guess is appropriate. For all those who don't know who we are, that was G.I. Jack. I'm Side Pocket. That's what people refer to us apparently on the interwebs and possibly in real life. I'm one of the two co-founders of DEF CON 201, along with G.I. Jack, the other co-founder. And Sarah Sill should be somewhere in the apartment. Hopefully will wake up. And even though we're going to have a lot more people here, hopefully we will see you on the Discord, and I'll bring that up in a moment. But just a recap about us. We are DEF CON 201. Because this was named before the name conventions, you can also refer to us as, or you could kind of say our pronouns are DC 201 as well as DCG 201. 201 stands for our area code. We are a computer hacker group, maker group, and tinkerer group that exists in, over here, it's near Jersey City, New Jersey, here on my left tit. Now I'm seeing for you on my right tit. We normally meet third Friday of every month, and as he sort of sets up kind of some of the stuff we're doing here. And if you want to know more about us, you can go to our website, which is at defcon201.org. That's DEFCON201.org. We're also all over social media. You can find us, especially on the twatters, at DEFCON201NJ, as well as DEFCON201 on Instagram, which will be on during the final countdown, as well as the HostX Mastodon instance, the GitHub. We're pretty much on everything. We're even on the crazy place called Minds.com as well, even though we disagree with the majority of the opinion on there. But that's how the internet works. So we're on here because we are kind of basically going to bullshit for the next 3+ hours. We are going to hang out, and we're going to drink various forms of liquid. We're going to interact with all of you. We're going to try to play some games. How close are the meetups in New York City? I'm glad you asked that question. So we have a nightmarish underground subway system known as the Path, and so you know what it is. The Path leads to nowhere. But physically, when we were able to meet up before everyone started rubbing their butts on each other and licking doorknobs, You would take the PATH train that's in Manhattan. You could either take the World Trade Center or any of the, 33rd Street, 23rd Street, 14th Street, 9th Street, and I must say COVID Street. Christopher Street, it probably is COVID Street.
COVID Street, right now it is COVID Street.
Yeah.
They're all COVID Street.
All the way down to Grove Street, and then you would walk like 3 or 5 blocks, or very short blocks. It's in downtown, very wheelchair accessible over there. And you'd be able to meet up at Subculture, who just recently wished everyone a Happy New Year. We missed them greatly. We were briefly there under a limited amount of people during the outbreak when things calmed down a bit. They're an amazing sandwich shop that's in Jersey City, New Jersey. In fact, what's even more hilarious is that their exact street address, if you want to get a really good sandwich in Jersey City, is 260 Newark Avenue. So all you have to remember is you add another 0 to their address, you get 2600. That's how ridiculous this place is. They also had great giant projector displays, great sandwiches, wonderful people working there, affordable food, which is something that you would think hacker meetups would, like, I don't know, want to promote affordable food. But as we've learned, particularly from the InfoSec crowd with their $12 beers and stuff, that never happens. And they also have Raspberry Pi arcade machines that we occasionally do maintenance on. But that's unfortunately why we were not there tonight, because as much as we would love to go there, as I said, everyone's been rubbing their butts on each other and licking doorknobs and making some incoherent slogan about freedom as they turn blue and die. So also, we can also forget that even though we know that the United States is a police state, boy, did the mask came off this year.
Yeah.
Like, you literally had to be,
It's
like...
literally everybody's not wearing a mask.
If you...
Irony, right? Irony,
if you
irony,
lived
right?
under a rock, that rock just fucking yeeted into space in 2020.
Which is good, because I live under a rock. It's kind of...
Yes,
what
exactly.
I do, but I wasn't under that rock.
Someone just wrote, hope all your families... y'all and your families haven't gotten sick. So far, from what I know from everyone around here, we don't know anyone that's gotten sick with the COVID, probably because a lot of us, including a lot of our DC201 members, have this rare thing in the United States. I think that's honestly probably why we're hunted down by, like, the FBI and the NSA, because we have this highly illegal contraband in the United States. It's called scent.
Yeah.
And a lot of us have that.
I thought it was because of the dank memes.
Not when they've been, and I can use this word, been appropriated.
Yeah.
As soon as Fox aired the whole hackers on steroids, the appropriation just fucking skyrocketed.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, it's also declaring it's a fucking crime to look this fucking cool.
Yes, exactly. Which
is why we're not in jail.
Yet.
Bunch of dorks.
Yet. Yes. It's actually, we're kind of always shocked about, like, really, we can do this, and, like, none of us haven't gone to jail yet,
well,
and now we're probably jinxing
good
it.
sense not to, like, the thing that would get us arrested is during when Trump got elected, we bought this little, ironically bought this Trump figurine. We were planning on lighting it on fire. We couldn't find anywhere where we actually could light this thing on fire.
Yeah, that's the problem. We were supposed to shoot it with a flaming crossbow bolt. And we don't know how to do it without attracting police attention.
Yeah, and how you'd actually, like, modify, like, a small 7-inch crossbow.
Here's a very interesting question. Someone just asked, has anyone ever tried to shove their crank up your own butthole?
Oh.
Well, I haven't tried that.
No.
I don't know if anyone in the group has tried that. Like, we could ask around in our January meeting, to be honest.
It's like, crank, do you mean, like, drugs, or do you mean, like, you know...
An actual hand crank, you know?
Oh, a
going
hand
on
crank.
there. I don't know which one either, so...
Yeah.
Hello.
What's going on, man?
We want to put Sarasa on. He'll be on in a moment, because right now he's looking way too damn sexy for camera.
Yeah.
So we're just wrapping that sort of stuff up. But yeah,
so here he comes. Hey, Cyro, what's going on?
I'm going to, and pretty shortly I'm going to move the camera on top of the television, and you'll be able to see the whole group here. Then later on, I'm going to try to replace the light bulbs with the UV bulbs. And boy, you guys could watch that and try to see. You're going to find, honestly, what I think was the greatest 201 hack of the year when we go to dismantle thing. Okay. There we go. And we just got followed by the guy who asked about this, and he wanted to clarify that what he meant by crank, he meant penis.
Okay. No. Have not. Okay, so no.
Define penis.
What? Okay, but
we live in that sort of world where, like,
Cyberpunk 2077.
I know.
Just the penis.
We haven't shoved Cyberpunk 2077 up our butts. Although, apparently, that's how CD Projekt Red coded the goddamn game.
So the next question, are you going to tip tokens or not, man?
Or at least lemons.
Yeah, lemons. You have to tip for that kind of thing. Are you kidding?
Exactly.
No, we're not free.
You actually reminded us of... Oh, wait a minute. What? Why? Hold on. This has been actually happening lately. I need to I'm not... When I say reboot, I mean like a browser element here. Why the hell is this not showing? Because I wanted to segue into that. Let's refresh the cache. We have cache. Okay, so...
Can I just quickly check my thing here?
Sure, yeah. I'll check your thing, and by thing I
wonder
mean
if
penis.
anybody has it for a handle. Johnny Cash. Like
Handle.
Yeah.
We've just begun the dick wave of dick jokes.
All we talk about is dicks, doggles, dicks, and
doggles, and social engineering, and the Internet of Thongs. Yes. We actually did that in November. We're going to get into that in a moment. However, I do want to point out some things here. First of all, hi everyone out there. And also we want to note for anyone who is watching, awesome to know. This is like on the verge. This is hilarious. And also the new Incent rewards about to pop up. For all of you who are on the DEFCON Discord right now, we're going to highlight you guys in a moment. We just want to get some things out of the way. First of all, if you like what you see tonight, we would love if you'd follow us, especially for... we are already starting to plan the next 6 months because, we couldn't plan the first 6 months of 2020 because COVID legit threw a wrench into it. We had to cancel like 4 months worth of stuff. But now that we know that the world has gone to hell, we can budget for that, basically. And so if you like the content that you're going to see here tonight and you're curious about some of the future stuff you're going to see, you can click that bell, hit like, share, subscribe, or follow on Twitch, D-Live, or YouTube. And thank you, Sterling Garcher 36. Honestly, the most interesting thing we're getting into this about Twitch is that I feel like I'm in first grade trying to read. Because some of these Twitch names, like, I'm afraid I'm going to read it and, like, some folding table error is going to happen. And then everything just reboots and restarts itself. Kind of like what we're trying to do at 2020. But you can follow us on Twitch, D-Live, YouTube, Facebook. And for all of you watching YouTube through Tor, through our link, you folks are awesome. The other thing I want to point out is that we have been, for the past month, trying to raise money for an awesome charity known as Child's Play. And what Child's Play is, they're run by the Penny Arcade people. We went to the Penny Arcade Expo East, aka PAX East, back in February, talking about video game hacking. It was really awesome. They also run this charity called Child's Play. Unfortunately, it has nothing to do with the Chucky movies with the evil, crazy doll running around stabbing people. Although it's close. We're close to that. Basically, we want to be Hacker Santa this December. We are trying to raise... Child's Play collects money, particularly in the fall season, to get... ill kids, whether they contracted coronavirus, have mental or physical disabilities, or were removed, thankfully, from domestic abuse environments, cool toys, as well as rehabilitation equipment that they need, such as ventilators, oxygen tanks, wheelchairs, crutches, all sorts of that. They donate those so that hospitals are able to get these for these kids. And we're hoping that we can have kids across the United States who have gone through problems, especially since it's 2020, to have a way better start to 2021 than they ever did for 2020. So if you can give me a moment, if you are on Twitch and you would like to donate any amount of money, I mean, I would love 20, 50, $1 billion, $1 billion. But, we know times are tough right now. I mean, we've been basically throughout hackers are usually broke as fuck. Like, real elite hackers are broke as fuck. But this year in particular, all three of us especially, were and are in some forms of broke as fuck one way or another, That was definitely 2020. That you're gonna ruin the charity by doing that. Because I was just about to say we're not lying. So thank you, Sarah. No. But if you want to, if you only can spare $5 or $10 or... let's do this. Or whatever. You can go, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and you can click, there's like a widget we have that you could donate directly to Tiltify. If you're on D-Live or any of the other stuff, I got you, fam. I'm going to post the link right now. So we're going to do Child's Play donation. And there is the link to the charity. And when you donate, even if it's just $1, we also get notifications for that. And we shout you out, and we especially shout you out if you donate. And we're trying to end 2020 with a bang by giving all this to children. And that will be really awesome if we can see some progress into tonight, especially with this crazy variety show. Now we're gonna, let's see here. So what we're gonna do next, I'm just gonna look into. By the way, if anyone in the text portion of the DEF CON, so let me actually break this down for you. I'm going to temporarily go into browser mode, and then we're going to go back to camera mode, and we're all going to share our experiences for this year. That's how we're going to waste this first half an hour to hour on here. So let me go into browser mode here, and I'll be able to explain why we are streaming it tonight, because it's a little bit more than just New Year's. Or Nude Beers, as I like to call it.
Yep, happy Nude Beers.
Yep. So what we have here is that DEF CON decided to go absolutely goddamn bonkers, and they have made, they basically decided to make a mini DEF CON all day today, throughout the night, to celebrate New Year's. So about 2 months ago, they were contacting different groups. There's events all throughout the day. There's going to be different DJs, streaming parties. There's awards people are winning. Please vote for us if we're on there. We don't even know if we're on the awards, but please vote for us. There's a MUD going on, an online scavenger hunt that we might interact with. Drunkcaster history streaming, Hacker Jeopardy. There's a CTF going on with it's called Hack the Planet, appropriate enough. A Kubernetes CTF, which God bless those poor bastards trying to do anything with Kubernetes. And all sorts of things. And they contacted a bunch of DEF CON groups. And to be honest, I'm actually going to look right now. I see us. There's supposed to be like a group text here. I've seen some people on there, but I haven't really seen anyone updating. I'm actually going to go into ours. We are live, FYI. What's happening here is okay, there we go. So they were contacting different groups, and they were like, who's going to have stuff? So the Cocktail Con Village Lounge said yes, and the Movie Night people and the Ham Radio Village. And it seems like we were the prime DEF CON group. I don't want to toot our own horn, but we were the prime DEF CON group that DEF CON really wanted to talk and show off, probably because we've just been being loudmouth broadcasting this entire year. So we were originally going to live stream for New Year's. So we were like, oh, if you're gonna do all this for New Year's and you want us involved and you can promote what we're doing, great. Yeah, we love free promotion, whoring ourselves out. The DEF CON 2 logo on every orifice, DEF CON 2 logo in every Happy Meal on every billboard. So that's what we're here for right now. And part of this, which I'm going to grab the link for in a second here, is that we are going to be interacting with you all throughout the night on the DEF CON Discord itself. So if you give me one moment here, I'm going to post the link in chat where you can join. I just want to kind of hover over here a bit. There we go. Phil, what do you mean by what is it? Can you please clarify? Oh, maybe the Discord link. Oh, here we go. Here's the DEF CON Discord. So that's the invite link. So if you want to interact with us, we might put people on voice later. And if you want to shout out anything on text, we're going to have that there. In fact, right now, I'm just going to see because it wasn't quite working before. That's why it's not working. Here we go. I am properly a moron here. And let me refresh the display here. There we go. This is what you can see all my crazy Discord groups on the side here. So if you open up Discord and you go to that link, you will see the DEF CON area. It's the same DEF CON area that we're using for DEF CON Safe Mode. And then this panel on the left here has all the different areas where people are talking and interacting during New Year's. So if you scroll all the way down, there is a DEF CON group section down here. And we have two sections here. We have the New Year's Eve text group, in which Liquid Dark School just wrote, "Love the intro before the stream." Thank you. I edited that. from scratch. What was actually the most difficult of editing that fake Cyberpunk 2070 trailer, which we were originally doing for Cyberpunk, the 2077 live stream that didn't work because everything is terrible that's associated with that game. But there was a lot of clips from 2020 that were hilarious and awful that I couldn't fit into the time of the trailer. Like, if I didn't have the confines of using the audio for the trailer, that intro would probably be like 10 minutes long. Because like every day in 2020 there was a dumpster fire after another dumpster fire after a dumpster fire. So I appreciate that you like the opening. Thank you. But so we have a text area where everyone can chat in, and we'll be shouting stuff up there. And occasionally, provided everything works, as right now the bomb in the living room is about to go off. Because that's what we do here. We also have a voice area in the chat where I will occasionally turn on the voice mode and such. So I just wanted to basically explain how all of this sort of configuration works and why we're doing this. And so the first half here is we're going to do something that we kind of don't want to think about, but I thought we'd get this out of our system and sort of reminisce on DEF CON 2020. Apparently,
missed it.
There is still enough disappointment in the next 3.5 hours.
Missed the lock.
Oh, okay. I'm not a big deal. That's left in 2020. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move the camera towards the couch because I just also want to play our agenda. We are going to also play interactive games with everyone later. So if you stay tuned, we will be doing, let me think, we're going to be doing Jackbox Party. New Year's, we are going, okay. New Year's, we are going to, I'm going to see if I can load up Animal Crossing, and I'll post what's called my Dodo code so you can actually visit my village if you are in Animal Crossing. And then possibly the big thing, which I haven't done, I'm actually going to do this right now as we all reminisce about the terribleness of this year, is that we are going to play Among Us. This is going to be all of our first times ever playing it. We understand this is a popular game thanks to various YouTube streamers, including probably the biggest YouTube streamer right now, which is AOC. And where I'm going to download that and load that for the first time. I'm actually going to be doing that in the background because I have never done that before. So thumbs up, awesome. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to move the camera over so you can see better the DEF CON 201 glorious couch as we get away display capture and go back into Le Face. Load the face. The face. Okay, there we go. I'm going to take the headphones off here and move the cam over. Hopefully this will work. We did this before, but you know, it's 2021 and it's DEF CON 201. There is always room to fail on the show. So I'm sorry if everyone feels like motion sickness right now. Alright, that should work. Tilt down. That's sort of a good view right there. Jack, come on out here. Let's see if I can turn the microphone slightly.
1 second. I'll be right back in a minute. I have some business to attend to.
That's never a good sign. That can mean so many different things right there. That can mean what do you call it? I don't know if that means we have to fight zombies or someone sudoed the wrong section or something. Those are, so that's funny. So you're looking at that, right? That looks like gum. That's actually, this is neat. They actually make individually wrapped absinthe sugar cubes.
Oh.
So you can like take them with you.
Interesting.
On the go. Just sugar cubes on the go. Like we're all like horses or something.
Considering the state of my head, I'm probably not going to participate in that.
That's perfectly fine.
I don't like to be the teetotaler, but it's like my head hurts so bad.
For some reason, like if you were ever on 60s Batman, that's your villain name. That's awesome. The teetotaler.
Yeah,
that sounds like a Batman.
That's not working. That's not going to go for me.
It's a Batman villain name. I like that.
No, screw that.
Okay.
That can fuck right off.
So someone wrote here, I'm sure I was in the DC201 Discord. Someone just wrote, wow, I put you on camera and we got 17 new people in chat.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, someone wrote, it's a wild server cell, so wave to your fans. One of the cool things is that, I don't know if you wanted to talk about it out here, but I wanted to reiterate that the number one question that we often get asked is, if there's going to be that I have a show, Jack has a show. Also, no, if you hear sirens throughout the night, we're in Jersey City. You do the math.
Yeah. When there is no grass and the air smells shitty.
This is like the worst Odd Couple. Move the camera a bit.
Okay, so the camera's over here.
Yeah. This is like the weirdest combination of people, right? So what was I saying here? That my brain just died. Just like throughout the years and stuff, my brain just died. I think I'm still honestly recovering from. I'm glad I got to do Chaos Computer Congress for the past 4 days.
Yeah.
But boy, did that time scheduling! Holy crap!
New job. What you call it? It's great. I have a new job. It's terrible that I heard carrier grade email. Now that's what I do.
Oh no!
My question is which carrier?
Or is it like I'm not. It's not going to be disclosed on air.
Well, you know what's worse? No, I meant as a joke of like AT&T, Verizon, like carrier.
Yeah, but it's like I said, I can't disclose on air.
It's one of the big ones.
The
actual joke is that it is one of them.
The worst part.
The one that kind of bought all the ones you kind of heard about.
Is
that
the worst part about that is when you said carrier. There's a terrible Resident Evil knockoff for the Sega Dreamcast called Carrier, and that's what I thought of when you said that was the Carrier.
Or
and I'm pretty sure it's not much better.
No.
He's obviously doing email for an air conditioning company.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the only Carrier.
I just don't Mona. I don't quite know what you said here, but she wrote nice liquid decanter.
Yes.
I read that at a distance as a nice liquid data center. I'm like, yes, this is the data center we built.
Yes.
It's about as accurate. I will get to that in one moment. But I do want to say that the number one question that we get all the time at DEF CON 201 streaming is that I have two shows, you have a show, and Commander, who might be checking in later on Discord because he's currently in his own version of hell on the show. But when is Saracel getting a show? I have no idea if he wants to talk about it on the stream, but basically I've heard what his pitch is. It's awesome, and when he's ready for it and he gets set up for it, that's when we're gonna announce it. So you will hear about it probably soon. It's just
I'm actually kind of doing things related to that right now with all this hardware here. So gonna back up some hard drives and see what's on them as the night goes through.
Wow. Okay, so I guess basically our backgrounds we're playing video games, checking out hard drives, and drinking homebrew liquid. This definitely already sounds like a DEF CON 201 thing.
This is definitely what you call it. Make this here. What you call it. Sidepog is known for making beer. I make absinthe.
I will be notably absent from this because, like I said, I'm suffering from like a headache.
You were already basically on absinthe. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe. Yeah.
Oh man. So how about we kind of go through this year. Don't comment. This fucking year. So January seemed kind of normal, although that's when we started hearing rumblings about this disease. Technically it happened in December, but it really ramped up in January. About seeing China, and of course because we're Americans, we did that awful thing where we still look at even though China has like a bajillion people in it, it has advanced technology, and they have a huge middle class. We still see China as like the way like in the 90s with like Ethiopia, somehow like they're on like giant hamster treadmills and stuff like that when they're just like a country. So that was the beginning of something that I hated, which was that everyone's like, oh man, like look at this terrible third world country called China. They can't even handle this situation. Like they will never get to us because we're such an advanced civilization, and even if like coronavirus showed up, we'll have like 12 people infected, and then like our advanced American genes and medical equipment will destroy the whole thing in 1 week. And I'm like, have you seen Americans? Like you live in America, you've been to a Walmart, you've been to a McDonald's, have you seen how we're like? And if I remember correctly, I'll turn it over to you guys. In January, we retweeted probably the most hilariously sad thing I have ever seen, which is there was a guy, I think this was in Minnesota, ironically enough, at a Whole Foods, drinking soup out of the soup ladle at the salad bar. Not scooping the soup and putting it in a bowl to eat out of the bowl. Just taking the spoon, dipping it, drinking it, smacking his lips to taste it in the same spoon. So he's just putting all of his mouth germs into the entire salad bar. And I'm just like, yeah, we're all going to be screwed if this coronavirus gets here.
Yep.
I don't know what it was like with you guys in January, but outside of that, it seemed like it was pretty normal. You know, like we were still doing. We had our it was an IoT talk at our meetup. I think that month and everything. Mm-hmm. Yes, it's oh shoot! White Hat Hacker has donated. Thank you for donating $25 out there. Thank you. Very much appreciate that. Again, I will post the link again in the charity donation. So this is nuts. So if we get like $50, we will be 2/3 away from our $300 goal. You know, it's weird because like technically you could say this is a telethon, but when I think of telethons, I think of like those old like rotary phones in a row, and like some 60-year-old guy who's probably like molested some women on some other game show he's on. It's like, hi, welcome to the DEF CON 201 telethon here. Next we will feature. We will feature Neo spinning plates, at the Fail Factory.
Your money, $10 more.
Yeah.
$10 more, the plates will start.
I know. Well, $10 more, we don't kill this bunny, Like just one of those. So, does anyone remember much of January, or is everyone's brains that fried from just this entire year?
Brains just fried. I remember I was still working at IPSOM. I was the first one in the office just to start wearing a mask, and everyone's like, yeah, you're fucking crazy. I'm like, fuck you. At the time, they were saying, like, oh, no, you shouldn't wear a mask. Everyone, nobody wear a mask. And I was like, fuck you. I'm not getting your mouth herpes. Fuck yourself. So, I got that mask. Before everything just got really bad, I got that, like, cloth, mask. N99 from China.
Mm-hmm. Ironically enough, right?
Yeah.
No, because that's the thing. As much as, China has definitely screwed the pooch with this thing, China and other East Asian countries have had to deal with enough pandemics that they have equipment and shit ready for this.
Yeah.
Like when they fail, it's not because they don't have the equipment. It's just like with us. It's because of policy and societal stupidity.
There's a lot of people in this country who fucked up, who are just flat out fucking wrong. And they can't admit they were fucking wrong, so just to save face, they're just going to double down on the stupid and continue to fuck more shit up.
Which is basically like an American value, unfortunately, at this point.
Yeah, kind of like, unfortunately, it seems to be stupidity is a virtue.
And thank you for everyone liking the intro. By the way, if you are in the DEF CON 201 chat, and I'll post the link again very shortly, definitely mention stuff because we're reading both our live stream chat and this chat. A little bit later, we'll attempt to turn the audio on, and we'll interact with all of you folks, so don't worry. This is actually going pretty smooth so far. Whoop, went into the wrong window here. Thank you, Bradley Duchy. I almost read your name as Bradley Duchy, but thank you for following us on Twitch. So there's the link to the Discord again. We're going to be interacting with there, and my computer just did, or your computer did, something chimed. So I think that probably the thing we remember the most was February. Some things I remember about February. So I fell down the stairs trying to get to our meeting.
That one.
I had this whole thing, and it sucks because I had a glass thing, unfortunately, in my backpack. It was when this died. Yeah, and I was going at that, and basically, I missed a step and twirled backwards, and I didn't fall down clunking. I went from the third top step to the landing at the bottom. It's just, and even though I was all rattled and stuff, thankfully I didn't have any major damage from that.
Yeah.
The meeting with that. We had so January wasn't IoT. January was we had the Black Cipher people come over and talk about
I remember that.
Something that we can't remember because it's been so long. February was the IoT person. That was really neat.
Black Cipher
from Google,
Yeah. And he had all the stickers I drink beer and pop shells or.
He was actually the one who introduced us to the person who did the who did our IoT thing, and we welcomed him back because he's been really busy, and his team was just as rattled as we were with the whole COVID situation and stuff.
Yeah.
And then possibly the big thing we did for February that is probably the most positive memory so far of this year was myself, Sarah Sill, and just pretend there's an N commander and dotted lines over here. We went to, as we said, the what's fully known as the Penny Arcade Expo East or PAX East. And we did a whole panel about hacking video games, and I'll actually grab my scarf that I have because I've been going to PAX East for a while, and then I was unable to go for nearly 5 years. For N Commander and Sarah Sill, that was the first time they've ever gone to PAX East ever. So I'm gonna go grab my scarf, and I don't know if Circe, you want to talk about what you felt about PAX East positive or negative. But
So PAX East, the trip there was by bus. We were all packed like sardines on this really cheap bus that I happened to manage to finagle a ticket for like $20. Not bad, but I probably wouldn't repeat that given the circumstances.
I just don't want to repeat it because of the wind tunnel we had to fight walking to there.
Yeah, so the buses, they stopped at like some station like down in like central Boston, and and PAX East was at the what's the expo center they were at?
Oh, I don't even remember. We're at the big expo center that's in like the heart of the city of Boston.
Yeah, so we were like we had to go from like central Boston to like the other side of central Boston, and the MBTA thankfully had their subways running at the time because, oh boy, that was fun. I actually still have my Charlie card somewhere. Regardless, we got there and things are cool. Our thing doesn't start until, what was it, the first or the second day?
We were the first day, and I should do some background, I guess, on this. So we were there the first day, and we were nervous for a bunch of different reasons. The two main reasons were our panel was scheduled at the same time of a panel of a person that we really admire, which is the Beta 64 crew, who archive and look up different like video games and prototypes that never came to existence. And they were doing a show and tell the same time we were going to do video game hacking. And it sucked not because it was not like we were scheduled, it's because that's something we would have loved to see at PAX East. So we were like, we would love to see that ourselves, but we can't because it's at the same time. And what we found out later is that he apparently felt that way about our panel, that he wanted to go see our panel because they scheduled it at the same time. So that whole thing was a bucket of madness. But the other thing, which I have to laugh at N Commander about, which N Commander was here so we could talk about this, is that, I'm just checking the chat, is that he was constantly worried about, despite that we promoted the crap out of this, and, we posted out live and in person, and we, did everything basically besides taking like TV and internet ads out for it. And he was worried that somehow we were only going to have like 3 people on this on the show. Sorry, on the watching the panel, and I had to explain to him that the first time I went to PAX East, I was actually on a video game panel. That was my first time ever was speaking there, and that at PAX East, like even the not popular panels get like a couple of hundred people there. Like there is no such thing as like a panel with nobody there. It's like there's honestly so few panels at PAX East. Like it's not like there's a dearth of them, but like for example, compared to like freaking Hope, it has 3 tracks and it's just non-stop insanity, and you get pissed off because you can't see it. DEFCON's even worse because of all the villages. There's like 20 different things going on every 5 seconds. PAX East, it was very easy for all of us, if you notice, to be like, oh, I'll go for this thing, then I'll take a nap for an hour, and then I'll go to this because of it. So I said there'll at least be a couple of hundred people at our panel, and I could try to bring up the picture, but when we went there, that was a lot of people.
Yeah, it was not a small number.
Yes, that was definitely a small number. Quick question aside, what conventions are you looking forward to this year and why?
Coming year?
I could sub that up myself. Any convention post-vaccine that actually happens that I can afford to go to.
Yeah. Normally I would say MagFest. Right now I would be looking very much forward to MagFest. There's some things going on. They might have one the following year, but not this year.
Mm-hmm. Hopefully there'll be like other like events, whether they're online or small in-person ones. But yeah, like MagFest not on fire would probably be a good thing to go to.
I mean, I think I was looking maybe Hope, the next Hackers on Planet Earth. Or
yeah, they're actually supposed to do an off year next year. Yeah,
or PumpCon is always fun. It's the last year they did PumpCon 2019. It was stupid packed. It's like word of mouth got out, and then there was just like so many people there.
And the weird part is, they said on Twitter they were going to do some sort of alternate thing, and I didn't notice, or they did update, so I guess nobody knows what happened.
Yeah. So PumpCon's always one of my most favorite hacker cons, right? Because
It's out in Philly.
It's like down in Philly. It's like very small. It's very intimate. It was always like a very small con. At least the years I went, like it was one of the original out of control cons. Because again, it started with the room parties, like a whole bunch of hackers in a hotel, and they just like literally just hacked all the things and drank all the booze, and then wound up getting arrested. And then like years passed, it just became like everyone like just very small amount of people. All the people from like NYC 2600 would go down. So we just try. Sometimes a few years we just catch a train. It would be. Just me and like 3 of the 4.
Was there a first year or second year you accidentally kidnapped Dio?
Yeah.
I can't remember which
year
it was,
it was,
but
year.
we did. Okay,
Yeah,
the third year. Oh yeah, it was probably the third year. Yeah, like last year that probably happened.
Yeah, we kidnapped Neo. I don't know what he was talking about. He would have had a good time.
Well, he had a good time when he showed up to our meeting, which is when he originally thought he was going.
Yeah.
Is they're like, oh, we'll take you the ride there, because he was talking about how he needs to go to the DC 201 meeting, and for some reason, I don't know who he was talking to, but that person thought that he meant PubCon instead of what he said, which was, I need to go to the DEF CON 201 meeting because I need to hand this thing off to somebody.
Oh yeah, he would have had a good time at PubCon though.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're trying to take him to a place he did not want to go to.
It's a little kidnapping.
He couldn't go to. Yeah. Thank you.
So,
thank you, Epstein. It's only a little kidnapping. So.
Yeah. I wasn't planning on doing butt stuff.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said too. So. Anyhow, there was a lot of people there. They actually even exceeded my expectations. It filled out the entire room. And the room, if I remember correctly, I think when they did the head count, if I remember correctly, I believe the room holds 600 people, and we had like 560 something people in that room. So it completely filled out to the back. It was an amazing crowd. Just because we've been so distracted, we're hoping in January, because we actually have the time to do this, I've been meaning to go through with the slides that we have and the videos and actually put those up embed them in the video, because there is a video, but you can't see the screen, and that way you'd be able to see what we were showing. Where that?
What's the timer for?
Got a bit I'm working on for a dock for a computer.
So every time you hear those beeping, it's basically
it's
like
the last one for today.
Cell is eBay basically.
Yeah.
He is he's like the hacker stockbroker going on right now. So if you hear that sound, we're not about to explode. It's just that. Yeah. Or maybe.
Well, it's the last one for today.
Yeah. But yeah, we had a great time, and then we just basically got to enjoy the con. It was nice to. What's so weird about the con is that, for me, because I've been there multiple times, it's nuts how there's new people there, and there's like new activities, but like the whole con hasn't changed. It reminds me a lot of Hope, where like there always had been concerts at the same floor. Like everything was the same. So the expo was the same place it was when I last went in 2015. Like where you could play video games and stuff. The concerts. I think the cool thing that they added that originally wasn't there was they had like a sensory deprivation room for people who like were like wigging out because of crowds, whether it's because they were just tired or they have a mental disorder that triggers things like that. So that was really awesome to see. I wish more places had those like that.
Ready for first absinthe time?
No, hang on, drunken man. We still have to get through 2020.
Yeah.
So the thing is that so that was honestly really fun. It was a good February. Then March happened. Normally I would say we even had to explain, but it's kind of getting into this. So initially, we did not know the magnitude of how bad COVID was going to be. Of course we didn't, because, as much as our government keeps complaining right now of, the Chinese downplayed it, which they did, the United States should not be complaining, because they definitely tried to downplay it. Like, basically, we found out at the last minute how bad this was going to be. Like, I knew it was going to be bad, but not this bad. So initially we were like, okay, because we already had plans. Because, to do a little tip here, March is the month where we celebrate our anniversary. We started off in March of 2017, so this was going to be 3 fucking years of DEF CON 201. And so we had this whole party plan where we were going to have like midgets, strippers, and balloons, and alcohol, and hacking stuff, and movies, and free food, and dessert, and all sorts of things. And then basically we're like, okay, so this thing happened. So what we're going to do is we're going to limit capacity. We're going to make sure people are spaced out. We'll do both inside and outside. And we were talking with our venue and doing that. and then Murphy came back, our governor, and went, yeah, we just heard some shit. So what we're going to say now is we are going to shut everything down. Which, dead
like
serious,
that
good
meme
call.
Yeah.
You know?
Like that meme from the pandemic game where
Oh,
Madagascar's like, shut down
Yes.
everything.
This giant red button. Which, again, was good call. Because I honestly feel like, we can get into a bit of this later, that New Jersey, it's so weird to say this, probably came out better than most on a lot of things with a lot of states, because of how seriously we actually took this.
A lot of people like to point fingers at New Jersey and say, you have the most deaths here and you have the most of the cases here. New Jersey is the most densely packed state in all of the United States.
Yeah, if one person...
Well, not just that, but it's like we have the highest, we have the highest population, so if more people are dying here, you grade it on a curve with all the other population density, we're actually doing rather good, comparatively speaking.
We, also to note remote too is that, one thing is that if one person sneezes in New Jersey, half the state gets it. If someone catches on fire, a huge chunk of New Jersey catches on fire because it's so densely packed together. Also note, if I remember correctly, we also have one of the highest populations of elderly people as well. With, I think, the number one obviously being Florida. But yeah, we also have a higher population of elderly people, meaning that if COVID is going to disproportionately affect elderly people, guess who is going to die the most? So, yeah, literally if we weren't sandwiched between Pennsylvania, who really dropped the ball, I honestly think that's why our election went good in Pennsylvania. That was them making up for how they did with COVID.
Or Unix file system, doesn't it?
Oh, is this the...
what are you in Jurassic Park?
Some random hard drive I'm just scoping through.
God, I wish we could bring this up on the screen. But yeah, what were we getting to here?
Is it?
It doesn't enumerate on either Linux or Windows.
No, I mean, have you tried with Foremost or Foremost?
I actually haven't used any tool on it yet. I'm just.
How big's the hard disk?
A terabyte.
Okay, so where'd you get it from?
Good question.
Is that something we have to take off air?
All I can say is Phil in the DEF CON chat said, right now I'm using my poor laptop to be here. Good for you.
Nice.
Good for you, Phil.
Thank God.
That's awesome. We like it because this is its own kind of port.
It's okay if you have your
so
pants off. Just make sure you have both hands on the keyboard.
What's in the
Well, it just has one partition, one large partition.
I'm going to assume those are fireworks.
Okay. Terabyte.
What?
Those are fireworks.
Yeah.
Boom.
Fireworks.
Yeah, of course, fireworks.
New Jersey fireworks.
So they're gonna freak out about the laptop, but I guess we'll kind of race to the end here with what happened, because I know COVID for most of us.
Okay, drop table. Oh, that's a database.
Is like a giant blob.
It's a database.
So before we get into apparently what we found with the database, so basically in March, in a span of 2 days, we had to virtualize. But yeah, in 2 days we had to virtualize, which means I had to set up the what we set up initially, Twitch and YouTube, and then found out that YouTube takes 24 hours to activate, so we couldn't have that. I think we were on DLive back then as well. We started off with those three, and that's what we're using right now. We're using Restream to broadcast out to multiple different systems, and then I had to learn what OBS is, which I've never heard of or used before, how to use it. We were on Zoom at the time because that seemed like our only option. This was before Zoom really tanked off a cliff.
Oh, yeah.
But it went well. We still have the recordings of that, and will end up being the April meeting. And not only do we have to edit them down, but we do have them up in Jan. I'm going to put both of them up on YouTube and some of our other sites. We have a PeerTube and an Internet Archive as well. And then where I'm going to make a grouping for them on YouTube and Internet Archive, and then that way you'll be able to click on one thing and see all of our meetings ever since we started live streaming. So that was a challenge, but that March meeting was pretty fun. I remember enjoying ourselves, especially since we were able to talk to a actual biohacker who was getting other biohackers and medical professions together in an ad hoc mode to help research in coronavirus. April, we had a meeting that was sort of, I mean, if I remember correctly, we were doing stuff off of Jack's computer, and we were having problems because, but unbeknownst to us, we didn't realize that OBS basically, especially back then, sucked under Linux.
1 second, hold on, let me get my laptop.
And so that's why we've made.
I'm working with Cyro to what's it called?
A dedicated.
This hard disk.
Yes, we made a dedicated streaming. Losing my thought here. So we went together in May. Because to me, we don't care if like things screw up for us, but like when we have like other guests and speakers on, it's like, you know, we don't want to be a disservice for them. So so Siristol had the idea and the technology to essentially make a dedicated streaming setup, which is we've changed. We went to one computer, then to another computer, and back again. We've made changes over the years, but basically that's how we've been streaming to the end of time, is this dedicated setup. May. We were, that's when I think we sort of evened out, and May is also when we well, first of all, which I definitely remember, it was awesome to have the mental health hackers on board to talk about mental health in the community, because I feel like mental health is normally not talked about in the United States. We'd rather literally put mental health people in pens and shoot them in the United States than to actually help them. So it was nice to talk about that, like, in the community and such. And by the way, I just posted the charity link again, so if you like all of our Spiel content, we're going to get to much more interactive stuff in a moment, probably around like 10:30, that you can donate to, I don't know where to point, there we go, it's Child's Play, where we're trying to be Hacker Santa and give sick kids who either have mental or physical disabilities, or injured, caught COVID, lived in domestic housing or whatever, to have awesome toys and medical equipment so that their beginning of 2021 can be a lot better than what 2020 was. So that's the link. If you want to donate, if you're on Twitch, you can scroll down and there's a widget right there for that. So even if you donate $1 and we get notifications for them and we shout people out. And so far if we get $50 more, we'll be over 2/3 of the way to our goal. We're basically halfway to our goal right now. So that's kind of pretty neat. Slightly over halfway. May was also a big time for us because we were having a discussion about, like, okay, so we're on 3 streaming platforms. Would be kind of a waste that we have all this streaming set up and we only do stuff once a month, you know, because it's just sort of like, you know, the amount of, you know, not that there was a lot of money or even money in general to throw around for this, because we're all broke, but now my phone just yelled at me. But you know, the not only just like the monetary cost, but the labor costs for all of this. It seems kind of ridiculous to do all this work for something doing once a month. So we were all talking, and what we decided was that we would make our own programming, essentially. So a little bit of background here. We have a certain visual aesthetic we do for DEF CON 201, and the initial idea was, the idea for the website has always been, we are some uber elite crappy hacker group from 1995 hosting like directly on hosting on Angel Fire while you look at it with the Netscape browser. Like, that was always kind of the look of, like, you know, hence the stencil design and everything like that. Yeah. And so when we were doing the live streaming stuff and video stuff, we had the idea to basically set this up like we were doing like pirate TV or pirate radio. So the idea is, like, we would be broadcasting like illegally live and things like that. And by the way, in a second here, I'm going to once again post the link to the DEF CON Discord. If you go on there and you scroll down under DEF CON groups, you should see both the text and voice chat. We're going to go in the voice chat a little bit later on, but you'll be able to interact with us there in addition to whatever chat system you are on our current live stream. And every time you see me go off screen here, that's me manning the computer setup because the microphone's over here. Now I am pointing to you. So you know, we were thinking, well, if we're gonna put other content out there, let's treat this. I like how this is like the stereotype area right here. That if we were going to be like, you know, if we're going to do more than something once a month, let's treat the Twitch and the DLive and the YouTube and such as if we were a pirate radio station or a pirate TV broadcast, you know, like the old commercial of, like, you wouldn't download a car, would you, and shit like that. So we came up with ideas. The Master of Unlocking and and Commander was really enthusiastic about this back before he lost his sanity. I don't even know if he had it, but he definitely lost all of it by then. And he had his Hack Alt and Commander
he has
show.
alternate sanity.
Yes. It's like alternate facts,
Don't
right?
post it on the thing, it's going to break.
Okay.
Yeah. Jack is not exactly a nimble person. So, in fact, actually watching him use this little tiny laptop with the giant hands is amusing. So, but anyhow, so we were the first 2 shows, and then Jack, our co-founder here, G.I. Jack, really wanted to do a show featuring Arch Linux because he's never heard of anyone doing that. Like, maybe, I don't know if there's anything now. Maybe there might have been back in the day. I don't know if there's now, like, a podcast or something maybe for Arch. But, like, finding, like, content where, like, the community gets together and talk about something, or even individuals, is, like, insanely rare. So I thought that was a great idea. I also think he likes playing video games on that, so we kind of combined the 2 together and made Arch Vile Linux Perspective. And then I was just, like, trying to figure out anything else to do. And because I dabble a lot in cryptocurrencies and blockchain technologies, and I was really annoyed how when you would look on the internet, you would find a lot of financial information about cryptocurrencies and some things about like the community. But like, so like there'll be like a cryptocurrency where I'm like, oh man, this is cool how they implemented this encryption system and then they deploy the chain this way. And I go online, all they're talking about is DeFi and like semantics and how does this interface within the World Bank and like, so imagine going to DEF CON and instead of like cool hacks and stuff like that, they're just talking about like wood cabinets. And that's the entire con. Like that's how I felt looking at cryptocurrency stuff. So I made Crypto Barons, and we're still gonna continue all of those shows throughout the year, and we are also going to introduce new programming as well. So stay tuned for those. We might even announce some after New Year's. But May is when all that kicked off, and then
Well, it even says partition.
and then everything like rapidly kind of happened after that. In June, we celebrated because Pride was canceled for everyone, particularly in New York City and our neighbors. We were like, fuck it. It literally turned out that in June, all of our speakers ended up being people from the LGBTQ community. So we were just like, okay, let's just we never did a Pride theme meetup. Let's just do a gay meetup. And it went extremely well. This was also when we were experimenting with stuff that's other than Zoom. We're almost done here. And that we can focus on this, but we're almost literally done with this section. So we did that, and then July we did something, but that was kind of a giant blur for at least me, because by the end of July through August, that's when Hacker Summer Camp happened, which was entirely online. And we were kind of dreading this already, because originally it was supposed to be the last week of August was supposed to be the 3 days of Hackers on Planet Earth. And then there would be a day of rest, and then it would have been B-Sides Las Vegas, Black Hat, and then DEF CON. So normally Hacker Summer Camp is those 3 cons back to back, but now at Hope, having a day head start, we were like, wow, this is going to be Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp. This is going to drive us crazy. So one of the things when we realized people were canceling and virtualizing their conventions, it was like, oh, phew, that way, since it's online, we can space things out. And unfortunately, B-Sides Las Vegas canceled, so that's one less con we have to think about. And I guess somehow they made it worse. They realized, hey, we're on the internet, so we can make this crazy. So Hope decided to do their con for 9 days. And then there was a 2 days of barely 2 days of rest. Then Black Hat, which was free this year, opened, and then DEF CON went absolutely nuts. And then UNICEF decided to move their thing upwards and did their thing. The Google CTF decided to end the end of August. Diana Initiative waited a week after, and so on. And Ultimate Hacker Summer Camp became just like its own insane, crazy thing. And I remember having a lot of fun, but not remembering much of it, not because I was drinking, but because that's how much sleep I didn't have. So it was really fun, but I was like really up for that sort of stuff. I don't know. I know Cell, which I had the same thing with college, that this was the least thing you're looking forward to because you don't really do well with the virtualization.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I honestly, the whole thing with virtualizing things, I can't get into it. I can't focus. I can't concentrate. If it's on the screen, it's just another thing that I have to deal with. I mean, if it's strictly text, I can, participate in that, something like a regular Discord chat or something, but as it stands, if it's like, if I'm going to a convention or if I'm going to a meeting to, talk things over with people, unless it's for a specific, reason, like if it's for, business-related reasons or something, I'll get on camera, I'll talk over what needs to be talked over. But if it's, going for a fun get-together with friends kind of convention kind of thing, I can't get into it.
Mm-hmm.
It's just absolutely I don't have that capacity.
I had the same problem with college online courses. I tried it once, I'd never do it again. So it's weird is I was fine with the virtualizations for the conventions for the most part, but that's why I can relate, because the irony is you would think that because we're computer hackers and we do computer stuff, that we would just be all aboard this and this would be easy, but it wasn't. It wasn't also for a lot of the conventions, including DEF CON, to set all of this up, because I got to see the behind the scenes of that, and it was hell. Everything worked. It was awesome, but it was hell. And what was the other thing? Oh, the other thing, which was definitely confusing, is so let's rewind a bit back in, I believe, June. I was talking with other DEF CON group people from different DEF CON groups around the world, because it's online. And I was like, okay, usually there's a panel every year about DEF CON groups. I think that the last year you went, there was one. Unfortunately, you overslept that because you became a boiled lobster. But,
I was just not feeling well the entire trip. I was still recovering. Just 5 days I rode out there on a motorcycle. I have pictures from that. I did take a lot of selfies. Everyone's kind of dying to see Jack, bright red. But by the time I got there, I basically spent 2 days there just kind of recovering, and then rode back. Mm-hmm. It was record heat, and then I rode on a Harley. Mm-hmm. And then
you basically did. We also wrote guides for that year and this year, and basically because I remember people were telling me what you did, and I was like, wow, he literally did every single thing we told people not to do in the guide.
So recommendation with DEF CON is just fucking fly out. Show up in shorts and flip flops, fly out, or maybe some sandals, some good Roman sandals,
That's also that. Basically, I'll actually tell you the real trip is wear comfortable shoes.
Yeah.
Wear worn comfortable shoes. Sandals will actually eventually bisect your feet. That's why we don't recommend sandals. Yeah.
Well, they're flip flops. I mean, good sandals,
Well, depends. If they're really good sandals, built like shoes, sure. If they're beach sandals, forget about it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I mean.
Not shower shoes. I mean,
also, to note, what a lot of people also don't forget is that Vegas gets dead cold at night, and they also have windstorms, rainstorms, and sandstorms with rain in them. So if you are stuck in the rain with flip-flops,
it's the rude.
If you're stuck in the rain with flip-flops, says the Star Trek marathon guy. If you're stuck in a sand rainstorm with flip-flops, goodbye for your feet.
I got stuck in a sandstorm.
But
it was eerie. It's you can barely see 3 feet in front of you.
Yeah, it's like being on 8chan. It's just terrible.
Yeah, no, I was walking on the strip smoking a completely illegal joint. It was great.
So, which is funny because we get to do that next month.
Yes, that's right. That's right. Starting New Year's.
We might have that. Might be a partial theme for our meeting next month. To be honest,
I have a slight problem. It doesn't fit.
That's what.
So what you're saying is your dongle is too huge and it doesn't fit into her slot.
My dongle is too huge and it won't fit my massive hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow.
The slot is too small.
WD-40, yeah.
WD-40. It's
WD-40. We need that? Okay, hold on. I'll be right back. We'll sprint now.
I mean, it is literally
just literally a little bit of lube and it will go in the slot.
Right now, that Lords of Acid song, Robot Love, just starts playing right in my head.
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment ago. Congratulations. So, good one. So that was 6. So we were asking, okay, does DEF CON, is there going to be a DEF CON group thing? Because they're doing this online, which means since all of us are online, we're able to do something. And we legit asked core staff they didn't know, but they believed they were going to work on something and announce it.
It looks a little sad.
So it made us worried when they started announcing plans for DEF CON, and which is true, there was no panel for DEF CON groups.
Oh, yeah.
So I went out of my way and kind of yelled at DEF CON staff. It was like, hi, so we're all aligned. We should do something big for DEF CON groups. And my suggestion was simply just have a giant roundtable panel. Let's just have like a 3 to 5 hour panel where people could go in out of video chat that all run DEF CON groups and talk about running DEF CON groups and what our area is like and how we feel about the con and things like that. And that spiraled out of control, and these two sadly got roped into this, and basically the first ever DEF CON group village happened. So me just complaining like an idiot caused the first ever DEF CON group.
And then we had that, and then the whole thing was a giant clusterfuck because they're like, oh yeah, what's it called? We're gonna do it in VR. And like, who made that decision?
It's not even this. We'll do it in VR. It's we're doing this in a VR platform that we'll end up losing our hair by the end of it.
Yeah. So apparently, there's only one computer in the DC-201 household that could actually run the VR platform, and that's mine.
That was how process. It wasn't even. It didn't even run that well. You know, like it ran, but yeah.
Well, it ran.
Windows only, right?
Yeah, it was Windows only. But like it ran slower in line. But like when you have.
Thank you for all the emojis.
Yeah, but like I have a Threadripper and 2 like AMD RX 580s, so it ran, you know.
Yeah.
It ran well enough, and mine. So the problem is that it's like I actually brought this up. Is it only works on the opposite of what most people know. It only works on my computer. Everyone else here is having trouble.
Like, even if it was only on Linux, we would have problems with that, because it's like we want to be on as many things as you can. It's a giant online
so a lot of people got like headsets, and they're like, oh, it merges and it's VR, and I'm like, okay, like I don't care. You run in 2D with like a mouse, and
but
I can show up.
So after setting up all of that, we did our panel, and despite all of the technical difficulties, I very much enjoyed our panel.
Yeah. And
we streamed all of parts of DEF CON Safe Mode. You started everything off with Archfile. We had 2 special streams. One is where we entered the EFF Trivia Contest, and we got 4th place. And by the way, I forgot to tell you, they did that again at the end of the year, and I believe got 2nd place. So we improved.
Yeah.
R.I.P. Drive. So, God, I wish we could do it. See, the sad thing is, I want to see what they're pulling on here, but 1, we don't know what we're going to see, and 2, we also don't know if doing that might crash the machine.
Yeah.
So it's like, that's why we're not. We will relay when we see shit on there, but that's why we're not putting up on the screen.
Because like I said, you don't know. People throw out all kinds of weird shit.
I'm totally gonna find some porn on this and just be casually scrolling.
We're gonna find the P tape. That's how we're gonna end 2020.
Well, no, okay.
Find the P tape shared by Hunter Biden's emails.
Anyway.
So the last hard disk I got to practice forensics on literally did have some porn. Homemade porn. It was nude to this guy, and it was him and his partner. And you know, it's like I said, I don't mind looking through here, but we can't show that on cam.
Yeah. That's why we haven't done that. Like, we have thought about.
So 1 is explicit, and 2 is literally like 2. The other problem is not just explicit. You run into a whole
find
bunch of
people's information.
So I like talking about like what I do find. I don't want to actually share what I do find.
Yeah.
So for example, the same guy I find like all of his nudes. It's him and his partner. I'm like, oh my god.
And also, if I remember correctly, had his work address and his
couple
of his previous addresses and his friends.
So the guy works on like the guy worked on Broadway, right? So I have all of his screenplays.
Mm-hmm.
I have a spreadsheet, right, with his with all of his credit card information.
Mm-hmm.
And by credit cards, I mean spreadsheet organized with the credit card number. What's it called? And
we're not doing anything with this. Like, we were just complete gobsmacked that this happened.
Like, I'm just what's it called? The only thing I'm doing with this is I'm silently judging this guy.
Not for being on Broadway or being gay for anything.
No.
But that he left all this shit on here.
Exactly, I'm judging him because he put his credit card information in a fucking spreadsheet. You fucking idiot.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to give his name, but if I ever find this guy, I'm just going to you're an idiot.
Yeah.
And I'll probably give him like a lecture of don't ever fucking put your credit card information here. And this is actually.
If you want to actually destroy a hard drive, here's how you would do this.
I found all your personal photos. You probably do a better job.
And be happy that like someone actually malicious didn't find this for you.
No, because
like,
I'll
yeah,
tell you exactly
you know?
where I found it. Right,
Mhm.
somebody like it was electronics disposal day. Somebody actually threw it. Because I actually like did plenty of OSINT on who this guy was. I doxed him. I doxed his roommate. I doxed all his fucking neighbors. And so I figured. So I was able to piece together the story of this computer. Right, it starts as a Xeon workstation from about 2003. Is the Gap, and then his roommate. He winds up moving out. His roommate takes the computer without wiping anything on, without deleting anything.
Yeah.
And he continues using it for his personal reasons. And then one day he just decides to throw it out in the street. So it's out in the street in New York City, right near like Broadway. It's like literally right out in the busy street, left of the street next to a whole
some
pile of
e-waste
other computers.
collector got it, and then they were just reselling parts.
Well, no, I just picked it up the street.
Okay, it was off the street
I was out
itself.
with some other hackers, and then we just saw there's a computer on the street. I'm like, ooh, let's see what's
Yeah.
on here. I bet there's something fucking
Yeah.
interesting on here. So I just pull it apart. There's literally other people on the street. There's like 3 or 4 people, literally rummaging through piles of computers. People live on the street, just picking out what.
They're
looks like
trashing
different
our
parts.
rights.
Yeah,
Literally.
So I was like, okay. So I'm like, whatever. I have a small bag. This is like, I look at here. There's no useful parts of this. Oh yeah, it's a hard disk. Let's actually see what's on this fucking hard disk. I pull out the hard disk. I go home and I image it, and I start digging through it with forensic tools. Because I like practicing forensics, and I always kind of like, oh yeah, we'll find something live, and I buy like hard disks on eBay. So I'm like, oh wow, here's this guy's all of his shit. It's like his personal stuff. It's his.
If I remember correctly,
like,
next year one of the things we're going to work on, and I've been talking to N Commander about this, is that the rest of us at DEF CON 201 are going to just get a hard drive, and we're going to put different things on it. Some things will have no encryption, some will have encryption.
Yeah.
And we'll just put like, funny memes and things like that on there, so that way you can actually present about computer forensic and don't have to worry about a hard drive where like, here's the P-tape that pops up, or like, here's all of the White House's phone numbers
like,
just randomly
I've
pop
got
up,
an interesting story about that myself.
Do that and I'll refill my drink here.
So recently, well, not so recently, actually, about 5 years ago, I happened upon a 486 machine that was being, discarded, and I'm not going to disclose who it was from or where it went, because the person I work with it, I'm just going to keep that like a trade secret. But this 486 machine had a hard drive in it that was full of personal information, some operational stuff relating to the organization from which the basement of it that I found it in was probably going to be interested in having it, so I'll disclose that to them on a closed channel. But the drive itself, a rather weird scuzzy hard drive in a 486. I'm not going to mention where it was from or why, but I pulled all the information on it with the help of someone who I work with rather closely on these kind of things. And lo and behold, there was porn on it, and some other stuff, and a whole bunch of browser history, web browser history from Windows 3.1. Imagine that.
Wow.
Windows 3.1
What was
porn.
it, like an old version of IE or Netscape or?
Both.
Oh,
so
wow.
yeah, it was a mix of weird information.
Windows 3.1 porn.
Basically,
imagine.
because the drive was by this
Sure,
point
this
like
is colors.
25, 30 years old now.
Thinking of that.
I decided that we were going to just take an image off of the drive, get all the data, get all the files off of it, and then just wipe it clean. And now I'm pretty much in charge of figuring out what is and isn't porn before I actually get this data to the people who actually, because it's memorialized. The person who owned this drive had passed away years and years ago, and this computer was left in like the basement.
There's a contest for DEF CON. Is this porn?
Okay, so
you just look through things and try to determine what's porn and what's not porn.
The only thing I have to say about this, right? Somebody's worked in computers,
Comes a new instant reward, by the way.
Attitude. What?
No, I always keep announcing
instant reward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Instant rewards.
Over there. Yeah.
This.
Okay, say your thing, and then we'll continue on.
So one of the things when you deal with other people, other people's traffic and other people's, is you're going to see a lot of porn, right? The best thing you have to do is
even more than you normally do.
you see other people's porn, you always thought you were into some freaky shit, and then you find something the person you never suspect has the freakiest shit in the fucking world, right? So what happens was, so for first, when I first got out of college, I worked in the office of hardware software support, and as an intern, and what's it called? Essentially, all the adults who work there would be like, hey Jack, come over here. There's what's it called? You see this professor over here? Take a look at this. Is the freaky shit he had on his hard disk. Like at work, mind you. This is like at work. He has like all this freaky porn. It's just like, I'm not gonna get into what it was, but
these are paid professionals.
Yeah, and they basically said like what happened was while it's like sometimes the network would just crawl to a halt because they were just torrenting so much fucking porn.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to go talk to people because you'd figure out who it was, where their office was, and the network guys would do it. So from there, and then I wound up working in a company that hosted porn for a while. So you said like kind of there's porn on computers, and unless it's like illegal porn, unless it's like kitty porn. Or
lesson of tonight: there are porn on computers. Also, water is wet.
The internet was made for porn, right?
Yeah.
So unless it's really affecting anything, it's like revenge porn or kind of like voyeur or like unconsensual voyeur or like kitty porn. You just kind of like what was it called? Or it's like something like legit like snuff films. You just kind of let the porn be porn, especially if it's like consensual.
There's a DC2 shirt. Let the porn be porn.
Yeah.
The circle of life.
Well, no, you have to no one. Don't get me wrong. That everyone has this viewpoint as an administrator, but you try to keep it very confident. Keep things confidential. What people do very confidential. Keep very professional and confidential. It's like we're kind of. How do they say we are the priests? They're the priests of the.
And the hard drive is the confessional.
Yeah, and the hard disk is your confessional. You kind of just you're supposed to keep it secret between confidential between.
I guess that I will sum this up, and then because we really should move on because of the time. We're actually doing good with time. It's just I didn't realize we'd be this talky. Is that you should the same advice for your hard drive you can also use for all of the men out there. I'm looking at you. Wipe it yourself because you can't trust others to wipe it for you. That's basically that. Because a lot of people they'll bring things to the Geek Squad or something, and they think because now they're retiring it that they're actually gonna go in, wipe everything, and that no one cares. Or they're assholes and they're gonna snicker about it and dox you,
Yeah.
So it's like that's
they're gonna do something worse than just
do that yourself. Yeah.
There was actually a policy for a while that Geek Squad would actually run this program on your hard drive when you brought in your computer, and it would go through and look for things that the NSA and the FBI were looking for on computers and send them off to some
and if they
warehouse
found
in
something,
Utah.
they'd have to report. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can't trust that your computer service professional is going to be professional unless you know who they are, and what they're doing.
Right.
And even still, I would just wipe just in case.
Mm-hmm. So Hacker Summer Camp happened. That was a very roundabout way to go about it. And we're almost to modern day now, because let's see, September. Trying to remember what September was, because I know September we did. September is where we did something I've actually wanted to do for a while. And so for the past 3 meetups, we were doing themes, and this was the one where we wanted to. This will be quick. Where we did it all based on Apple products, which was ironic. Because not intentionally, we did not know that Apple was going to hold 2 conferences that month themselves about all the terrible new hardware and software they're coming out with. So it was perfect timing. It was also wonderful to once again see Neo and for him to do an epic rant and to do a clip of something that I still can't believe he did to this day on air, where he essentially air masturbated. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Talking about Apple's monetary policies. So that was really fun. Then in October, we had Hacktoberfest. That's probably the longest meeting we ever did. It turned out all of our speakers just happened to be women, self-identified women. So we had a lot of really cool, we picked apart brain someone who's a major technologist who's worried about digital rights. We had someone from the Voting Machine Village from DEF CON, which was really cool, to talk about election stuff, because I debated about actually doing election themed thing for November, but that would have came 2 weeks after the election, in which that would be useless information. So we did that. And then one of my awesome friends, Valentina, who is someone who's learning programming, got to do a tutorial on C++. And then we looked at CTF stuff. Cell showed how to do the funniest Git pull I have ever seen in my life. Because I'm pretty sure you put all that bullshit. You out there in the chat put all that bullshit on there just to see her goddamn reaction, my reaction to it. And I'm just like,
I defaced.
I just turned into a parrot, and I was like, what the fuck? The fuck? What? You know. And then November was especially touchy for us, literally, because so we have a convention that happens every October, November in New Jersey, in Edison, New Jersey, called Exotica. And I can sum this up easy of what it is. It is New York Comic Con, but for porn. It's funny because we were just talking about porn. But yeah, no, literally everything you think about at a Comic Con, whether it's a meet and greet for like your favorite celebrities, buying merchandise, doing goofy shit for charity, stage shows, it's all the same New York Comic Con stuff, but it's all pornography. So it's like you're hanging out with Tara Patrick, and which is true, you're riding on a penis bronco and things like that. And originally, we and a bunch of other people we're partnered with were supposed to go there and basically do hacking sex stuff. We were in talks of doing a panel. We were going to have a booth there where I was going to teach lockpicking, because I can't think of any more sexual than lockpicking, and teaching people how to better protect their privacy and stuff on the internet, and reaching out about internet censorship and things. Then people couldn't stop rubbing their butts on each other with COVID-19.
Elf. It thinks it's an elf?
Okay, all I hear when you said elf, I'm just thinking Tourette's guy. Alf? Alf? You're 93 years old, you don't know what Alf is? Clash. But, so we decided in November that, you know what? Fuck it, we're just going to do an entire theme thing about hacking sex again. We did one in our first year in November in person, let's do one online, which was a cool challenge, because we had to figure out how to jam, pun intended, how much content we could talk about without upsetting the live stream censors. And it's kind of funny because there's a trend that we keep going through with these live streams that I think is honestly a very hacker trend, which is all the stuff that we think is going to be hard, we panic and we practice and we do in advance, and it's the easiest simple thing we do. The thing we think is going to work is the one that spectacularly fails. Like later on this year when we did the Cyberpunk 2077, we were so worried about, because we heard how buggy the game was and everything, that Cyril got it running at 30 frames a second on another machine. We had all this stuff playing out. The capture card, which normally works every single time, was the one that failed. Like Cyberpunk 2077 actually ran fine, but the card, the one thing we didn't think about, failed. So it was the same thing with November, where here we are worrying about the censors, right? But then we also decided, you know, it would be really kind of funny and amusing. What if we broadcasted our panel, which had no boobs or butts or anything, onto Chatterbait, which is essentially like Twitch, but having porn in it. It's people camming and live streaming. So we just thought it'd be cool that people are trying to look for porn, and then here comes our thing, right? So here's the funny part. That entire night, we did not get banned from Twitch. We did not get banned from DLive. We did not get banned from YouTube. We did not get banned from Facebook. We got banned from Chatterbait. So we did a meetup about boobies and butts, and we got banned on the platform that is about boobies and butts. I can't think of a better summary of 2020 than that. And then of course, the last meeting we had was just a fun kind of sum up meeting. G.I. Jack and Cyril got to do two awesome minor talks about bizarre, crazy shit. And we had an awesome journalist come on who was great at doing tech research and was talking about not only what they learned about Stuxnet, but also solar winds, because that's the new terrible thing right now in a year of terrible things. And now we streamed RC3, which I'm still recovering from.
RC3.
And now we are here.
RC3, yeah.
So, what is our big takeaway from 2020?
Sucked.
Sucked.
I think 2020 is the only thing that can end besides Donald Trump, and no one will miss.
At least he's gone. So here's to a better 2021. So at least we got that going for us, which is
to
nice.
be fair, we did say that about Bush, and then 8 years later.
To be fair, saying you want about Obama, but he wasn't as bad as Bush.
I know.
Got a shoebox Full of hard drives.
There we go. We're gonna keep going
cool.
this. We have enough for all night.
Are those all like just like things to go for through forensics?
Not really. It's
The
I think a
Sericel
lot of it's my data.
sticking
so
his
I'm
dongle in
just
every
getting things off of them, putting
slot
them
he can
in.
find.
If I find drives of unknown provenance, then they'll go in that stack.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that sounds like a vaporwave band.
Unknown provenance.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sounds like it's like in Rhode
I
Island
know.
or something.
Yeah. So me, after a while, like the one thing like I learned like a lot about like hard disks and storing hard disks. Like you work in the data center, and you were like you're just stacks of hard disks.
Yeah.
And then you realize after like disks after they're like either too slow or too low in storage, all they do is just literally take up space. You're never gonna use them for anything. So like donate them, like recycle them, whatever. But like, don't throw them in the trash. Take them out and use the rare.
So I think at
magnets.
11 we're gonna start playing the games here. So it means we have 20 minutes.
Oh, Zoe says Happy Almost New Year.
Yeah, I saw that. Yep. And someone said 2020 can suck my balls. Thank you,
Yep.
Colo. We completely agree with that. And by the way, when we do play games, we will turn on the chat for the DEF CON room.
So I am going to have my first glass of absinthe for the evening. You gentlemen are welcome to join me. Testing.
So, is there a way we can ask how this concoction, like, is made without doxing yourself, or?
Essentially, what it's made is it's a tincture. What absinthe is a tincture. So we're basically replicating the last.
Isn't that one of the chapters from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory?
Tincture, no.
Yeah.
What's it called? You're using chemical extraction via alcohol as a tincture. So the only thing we haven't done is we didn't evaporate the alcohol to get the essence of it.
I think. Did you ever reach out to Deviant about aging it?
Yeah, because he's like aging is like more for kind of whiskey. I let things like this decanter right here has a cork stopper here, has this like little bubble on the top. So what you do is I have
a camera position. By the way, you can't see this, so you need to like.
Okay. All right. So right here.
Yeah.
So what we have is I have a blend of herbs and spices, includes wormwood, hyssop.
KFC, do not sue us.
Yeah. No, it tastes better than KFC. It's better than KFC. It's not quite. So we have like our blends of herbs that go into that, including of course fennel and wormwood, wormwood and hyssop. You fill the bottle.
Wait, you make it with H-stop?
Yeah, H-stop, whatever H-stop. And then you basically let it sit for about 2 weeks, but like once a day, you kind of stir it. You take like the bottle, like you take this bottle, turn it upside down. You basically kind of shake it a little bit until this part fills. You turn it back over, and then you kind of shake it to make sure everything gets back in the bottle. And you have it like once or twice a day for about 2 weeks. And then I think probably the most important part is then you have to filter it. So what happens was you pour it out into like another bottle, like with like a strainer. You use like a strainer to get like all the big stuff, and then you keep on going through it with coffee filters.
A lot of strainers, a lot of filters.
Yeah, so it's the most time-consuming process. The hardest part is really just filtering. When it's done filtering everything through coffee filters, and you keep on going through a lot of coffee filters. Every time you pour a little bit, the coffee filters just get stuck with like all the sediment at the bottom.
As complicated as making beer is, one of the nice things about beer is that it naturally separates. It's kind of like what do you call it? It's like salad dressing. So when you leave it alone and it's processing, all of this gunk sinks to the bottom. So when you do all of that, when you siphon it, you're literally siphoning like pure beer. So what are you doing right now? Describe the process.
So right now we're doing part of the ritual. So take a shot. You dump it over. What do you call it? You take the spoon, put a sugar cube, and then dump a shot.
What do you mean by spoon? It's a specific absinthe spoon.
Specific absinthe spoon. It's closer to a fork, but they call it a spoon.
Yeah, if you have like a very flat fork, you could also
very flat.
Use that. Yeah.
Very flat. We can use a fork, any fork. This one.
Here.
I take. What do you call it? You see, like it's designed to fit in the lip of a glass.
Unless you want to use a match.
Actually, hold on. If we do have like a napkin around here somewhere, find a napkin, because what happened, right? Then we got a little sloppy.
Well, this is the part of let's pray we don't light everything on fire.
Yes, because you see there's a little extra liquid on the spoon.
Delsa Domona asked, what was the alcohol you use for the base?
Usually I use Devil Springs. Devil Springs used to be 160 proof. They cut it back down to 100.
Someone from Discord says you have the proper fletchet.
Fletchet?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's complimenting you.
Yes, thank you. So what happens is, what's it called? I admitted a few times with Everclear. The reason why you can't use Everclear is because you can't use Everclear because you light this on fire. And then once you do this part right here, if you're using Everclear, you're gonna light your entire desk on fire.
If you're using my shit, forget it. Yeah. That's even worse than lighting things on fire.
So you don't want regular vodka. You don't want too low. You want somewhere around 80%, 160 proof. Actually, it just reminds me. I actually need some to get some. I forgot to get some, before I lit this on fire. I need to get some water. Because the next part we're gonna need some water.
Can you just get a cup of it from? Yeah. So one thing about 2020 is water is still free.
Oh yeah. For now.
Yes, for now. For now. For now. So as he goes pee in the cup,
black.
Sarasol has found the black one.
Caviar.
He likes them black and big. And 7 awards coming up.
So, this is the fun part. This is the fun part, which you see
the
this
fun
done.
part.
The fun part is you light this on fire.
Oh God. Got an extinguisher on the handy?
Yeah.
Well,
we have...
I'm streaming and I could unzip my fly, but
oh
no.
So we have one over there. You got one in my room.
That's what she calls it, the extinguisher. Jack's brain is dead.
You're just like
Right.
So you light the thing on fire.
So
the sugar cube.
Yeah, you kind of wait for it to caramelize, right? It turns like all brown in color.
I wish I could do this closer. Let's see if I could.
Yeah, it's this blue flame, which is close to invisible, so it doesn't really come out because this is.
No, you can see it on the cam.
Oh, you can see it on the camera.
Oh
right?
yeah,
Also.
you can. It's like you can see it on the cam better than you can in real life. Yeah.
Yeah, it probably gives off a lot of infrared. That's why it shows up.
Plus, it's also contracting with the brown.
So you see, this is just basically melting like this. So if you see.
Actually, hang on 1 second. This is a Christmas card that I don't want you to pour water on.
Right. So here we go.
This Jack is not exactly a graceful person.
No, I'm not. I'm a clumsy individual supposed to pour it slowly.
Well, normally you're supposed to drip it, right?
Yeah, but we don't have anything to really drip it with.
The craziest part about all this is I can't believe what they now make absinthe with like sugar cubes that you can take with you.
Yeah. So the reason why this is just absinthe is because sugar cubes used to be something that you could like regularly get at like the supermarket. Now you have a hard time finding it. Everyone just goes with powdered sugar. No one really uses sugar cubes anymore. But yeah, they have specific sugar cubes for absinthe, which is kind of cool.
I actually wonder if they have absinthe on the drunk actor history right now. Because I know they're drinking alcohol on there.
No, I probably, what's it called? 2016, I brought this to Hope. It was great. It was glorious. Glorious. Glory to you.
Glorious! Not to be confused with Gloria. Or Glory Hole.
That's a good sign. Likely bad hard drive.
All right. Is it bad like it doesn't work, or is it bad like it shoots heroin?
Or if it's bad because it knows it.
Bad to the bone. And this is absinthe.
Absinthe.
I talk like Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
oh, man.
Too
Seriously.
bad we aren't eating hamburgers during this.
A little rough, but
that's how you like it. Do you want? Where's my glass?
Oh, right here, good sir.
Hang on a moment. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna put this back on the TV.
Back on the TV.
You can see the rest of what our apartment looks like.
And you get to make a glass for side pockets because he wants.
I also want to partake in some of the booze. I'm gonna need it for an Among Us. It's gonna be fascinating because I have never played this game before.
All right, let's go.
Although I am thinking of starting it off with.
We'll see if AOC is available. See if she wants to get on her stream.
No, she's not streaming. Are you kidding?
I was
They're trying to filibuster something. They're definitely not.
Oh,
They
yeah,
are
well,
busy.
Honestly, though, how cool would it be if... Because I know they won't allow this for security reasons, but AOC should have totally, like, been able to Twitch stream the filibuster. That would have been great.
Oh, that would have been awesome. But no, instead we have old school, we have old school Twitch stream for, for congressionals, which is called C-SPAN. So maybe you get to see on C-SPAN and get to go see her.
Yes, the original Ninja, yes. And then, hopefully, if that happened, then the former campaign manager for Bernie Sanders could shut up. So, yeah.
This one contains an LVM.
Oh, you want to do it?
I'll try.
I mean, if it fucks up, it's not my fault now.
Whoa.
Exactly. So this is what happens when you have, like, high-proof alcohol. You kind of...
Spooky.
Oh, hang on. Let's see if I can do it before it completely burns out. There you go. See? I have the more crazy flame.
Yeah. You want to be very careful that you don't want to burn anything else down.
Yeah.
Of course, mine's is the crazy flame. I didn't even do like a different technique. I just,
That's just luck of the draw. You kind of gotta be very careful about like...
Luck of the side pocket. Which means negative luck.
If you want to put the water, I'll hold this. If you want to put the water on it.
Okay.
So you can go drip some.
Let me get this off before it catches on fire.
Oh, good idea.
Very good idea. These sugar cubes are generally a little better at melting than normal sugar cubes, which is really nice.
Yeah, they got them directly from the North Pole.
Here you go. Hold this. I'm gonna get you some more. I'm gonna go get you some more tap water. Some more.
Get the measuring cup because that has a spout on it.
Yeah, I was about to say, yeah.
This is why we have one.
Yeah. No, Cerasil is basically the reason why we get anything done around here.
More or less. I mean, notwithstanding the fact that I don't hardly get anything done myself.
Well, it's just you have so much on your plate, literally and figuratively.
Right. Kind of want to fix something to eat.
Turn this into the Cerasil cooking hour. With like, it's like Julia Child, but with less racism.
There you go.
Oh, jeez. Look at this. Wait, you want me to pass a stone? How much water? There we go.
It still drips.
I know.
But we need something better for pouring out.
Funnels would help.
Funnel, you should mention that.
Funnel, you should mention that.
The puns!
I think we have one in the kitchen.
Eyeball, that's for you, Eyeball. It's for you.
I think we have a funnel in the kitchen.
Actually, if this was Eyeball, he'd say it's like, Funnel, you should mention that Grandma's dead. That's exactly what he sounds like. I love him. I mean, we're probably going to do this again at New Year's, but just preliminary. Yeah.
Cheers. Well, there's plenty of this stuff.
It'd be funny to clash the hard drive. Just like, cheers. Just tink, because I don't want to put it near liquid.
Don't worry about it.
That's kick. It's bitter.
Yeah.
I like it bitter.
Green ladies.
Bitter.
Green lady, where are you? What are they doing all right?
Now, hold on. Let me go check on the computer, see if the update's done.
Funny enough, I'm just getting some more so seriously you entertain everybody. What are you doing right now?
So currently, I'm trying to fit this IDE hard drive adapter.
Arizona's entire existential crisis is trying to fit these giant valve into small slots.
Right. Ignore what Side Pocket just said. Yeah, so this should be the right. Maybe that's the one for laptop drives. 40-pin key on the top. What?
What did you find so far? Anything you can legally disclose?
Okay, so it's basically just a bunch of hard drives with file systems that I don't really care about. What I'm looking for in all this stack of hard drives is my old backup drives from like 2008. So like we can relive memories on live TV.
Nice.
But so far all I've been finding is like drives with like LVM volume partitions from like enterprise systems because some of these drives were like discarded haphazardly and I got a hold of them through various unscrupulous measures, digging through trash bins and shit. because I just needed more storage space for backups.
So, Disidomona asked a very good question for G.I. Jack. Is it inappropriate to drink absinthe straight? I drink shots of Lucid straight.
Where did the other ones go?
Unironically, yes.
More down.
Yeah.
You look like a Charlie Brown teacher right now.
Unironically, yes. That is not how you drink absinthe. This is how you're supposed to drink it. You're supposed to sip it. Doing shots of absinthe is for frat boys.
Well,
So now we know what they're doing in Hoboken. Also, we have a public service announcement from Shark.
1 second.
Not Surf Shark, just Shark.
Just shark.
Shark.
Hi,
Yeah.
I am Shark. I hope you have a good new year. For once, I'm not the reason why everything fucked up. Yes, I am the meme shark, pretty much the most high-profile celebrity we've ever had on the DEF CON 2-1 live stream. I am here to remind you that as much as I like eating random surfers from the Jersey Shore, that if you can see above us, there is a charity going on that is done by DEF CON 201. It is known as Child's Play.
I
No,
mean, it's done by Penny Arcade, but we're hosting.
yes, we are trying to earn money for the Penny Arcade people running Child's Play. Now, Child's Play is not the bad horror movies, unlike the good one that I starred in. Well, the first one. But what we're trying to do is raise money for sick kids, whether they have mental or physical disabilities, grew up in domestic abuse households, or got sick from COVID. And all the money that you donate at the link in the chat, or if you're on Twitch, to the what was it? Side pocket. That's the Don't Make Me Bite Your Face Off. What was the on there? It's Twitch. Twitch. On Twitch, there's a widget where you can scroll down and donate. Even if you donate only $1 or $5, we do get notifications for them, and all the money, even if we don't meet our goal tonight, will go for the sick kids across the United States. That is it from me, the Shark, the unofficial mascot of DEF CON 201. Please go donate, hack the planet, and I will see you on future memes in 2021. Also attack.
Ah! Hi.
Do not talk to Sirius Seller's son ever again. So yeah, no. So in about a couple of minutes, we're gonna attempt to do the Among Us. We will now join Among Us. We get to see who is sus. It took me forever to actually know that sus stood for suspect. I did not know that. I actually thought when I first saw it, I was like, "Is this one of those like Nazi memes from like 4chan where it's like the OK symbol is really like a white?" Like I thought that's what was one of those.
You know what that means?
Oh.
That means you are the imposter. You are sus.
Oh, okay. I am Dr. Sus. You know, with Cat in the Hat and everything.
Wow, this is some old data. Okay, cool.
This is as old as Neo?
2010, so in computer years, yeah.
Yeah. Not as old as Neo, but that's pretty old.
Yeah, this is from a decade ago.
Neat.
Wow.
So what, there's like that's back, that's like we had a good president and healthcare and things?
Ubuntu 10.04.
Oh, jeez. To be fair, at least it's not turning into a lot of updates. Jack, a shark just stole your seat.
Yeah, I'll take it back when I get back.
Watch. Chat sees the shark, and then Surf Shark notices us and offers a sponsor. Hey, we happen to notice you have a shark. Do you want to do Surf Shark? So, what's some of the stuff that we're going to attempt to try to do in 2021? We'll probably repeat some of these after New Year's. Oh, before we do that, okay, so logistics time. Unless we can't do this now, unfortunately, because it's too late, Saracel.
Yeah.
Of doing the SD card.
Oh yeah.
So the way we're gonna have to do this, if you're able to,
is we're going to take a picture on your phone, because that's what DEF CON's best for, and then you're going to immediately email it to me. And then, because I can get the picture through email, I'll be able to post that on our Twitter and stuff.
Okay, so what's the... Oh, so we're taking...
Yeah, because I have no space. The camera app won't even launch.
Okay.
Yeah.
What I can do is I can just unlock the phone and let you use the camera on it.
Okay.
For whatever.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. You take a picture, and then you're going to email that photo as fast as you can to me, and then I will be able to handle it.
Okay, so what photo were we taking?
We're taking a photo of all three of us, like shortly after New Year strikes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Because that's the thing DEF CON asked for, was like New Year's photos of everyone, right, when it hits.
Yep.
Unfortunately, we also went past the time of that. There's a whole thing where someone figured, I believe it's if you start playing the movie Hackers at 10 p.m., I think it's something like 10:35 and like 36 seconds. By the time Dade goes out the window and yells "Hack the planet," it will exactly hit New Year's.
Ah, nice.
And we were going to attempt to try to do that, but I think what we're going to do is we're going to play Among Us for like basically an hour. Well, actually, so more like 30 to 40 minutes, and then I'm going to load up Animal Crossing, and we're going to simultaneously run New Year's on Animal Crossing while we talk here as Jack does some scrupulous hacking while Cell is literally going through memory lane on a bunch of hard drives.
Yeah, just don't mind me. I just uncovered backups from 2004 and 5 and 6.
Wow.
Wait,
So when I was in high school,
So where's the hard disk
and you were in like the 3rd grade.
with the NTFS on it? Because now I finally get. It took me like about an hour to do like the.
All right, let's see who's in Discord chat right now.
Oh, so you've never used this program before? NTFS.
They have pills for that.
Actually, about that.
Actually, while you do that, let me go message someone.
Scrounge NTFS.
I'm gonna go check our Twitter and message someone, and then I'll load up Among Us.
Right.
All right, awesome.
About that drive, it seems like whoever did it tried to do like the cheap data deletion thing. I think they DD if 0 of partition like the first 10 megs of the drive away.
Yeah, well.
So like the file table's gone, but the file datas are still there.
Yeah, so what's in like the first? Is it like random data or is it like zeros?
Zeros.
Oh, okay.
So
I love this chat going on when SS Dev, the lockpicking group in Germany, and I had to announce that they are having an online meeting, and one of our followers said, "Wonder if they're gonna invite Bozzy and Bill, our lockpicking lawyer," and then Locknoob came on and wrote, "Or that Locknoob dude, I heard he has great hair." And the same guy's like, "Get this guy the next one, he has great hair." Actually, I will tell you this right now on the stream. Tomorrow, I'm going to message a bunch of people out in the Lock community, and the first Master of Unlocking, which is my show I do every first and third Sunday of the month about lock sport and lock picking. I just want to make sure my face is on the camera.
If you have an IDE,
I'm going to invite a bunch of people from the lock community. And basically we're going to do something like this, except it's going to be on a big blue button, and everyone's going to talk, possibly present what they're doing from all over the place. So I am going to invite Locknoob, I am going to invite Rook Knight, who I think is hugely underappreciated in the lock sport community. I'm going to try to get Night Owl back on, and it's going to be as many lock people from Tool, Lockpickers United, Rogue people, all sorts of people combined together. And we're all going to bring in the new year talking about locks. And I wish I had more prep time for it, but I am literally going to do that at some point tomorrow on New Year's Day. Which I have to remind, tomorrow is the 2600 meeting, because it's the first Friday of the month.
Yeah. Year starts on a Friday.
Uh-huh. Like Jax looks like he's hardcore disassociating right now.
Somewhat.
Oh, okay. One of my friends is celebrating the New Year's by face-sitting a cake.
Nice.
Good for them. On, I'm not allowed to share the link, but it is on a private Twitch. So this is on Twitch. They're really testing the limits here. I love how they're sitting on a cake and they're fine, but we just talk about boobs on Chatterbait and get banned. That's I think still going to be my biggest WTF moment for all of DEF CON 201 this year.
It's stuck.
It's
Yes.
stuck.
That's what she said, but that joke's been run to the
His dongle is so huge we can't get it out of the slot.
Do we need tools?
Now he's gonna bring out his massive tool.
I'm gonna bring out my tools.
He's gonna whip it out of his pants and try to remove his big dongle.
Yep.
It even comes in a pouch too.
Yep. All we talk about is
Emacs.
Emacs.
Emacs. So about the Free Software Foundation.
No, I was gonna say that Emacs is kind of like the heroine of like the free software world. You know, it's just that like when people like get into Emacs, all they ever fucking do is talk about Emacs.
They're kind of like the arch people, you know, because they're going to tell you.
Well, no, it's all they talk about is how great Emacs is, and everyone should fucking discover Emacs. They're like, wow, this is like fucking heroin. You don't see them for
One doesn't discover Emacs. You more like drunkily stumble into it.
You find them like all kind of like disheveled like 6 months later. Dude, I just discovered Emacs. It's like the best thing.
It's that bucket.
Yep.
I think you can take the shark.
Sure.
And you also take the
Ceresol doesn't like me anymore.
Just actually, never mind. I can put it right here.
Okay.
I just needed somewhere to put drives that are mine in particular.
Mine. So right before we get to the game, so yeah, it's gonna be my first episode, Jack. Do you have any ideas of what you might be doing for Archvile in about a week?
I don't know, probably some more Diablo 3. I've been playing a lot of Diablo 3, more
Nice.
Diablo 3, get back to more Doom Eternal. World of Warcraft, for some reason, is just not loading them on Linux. There's some wide errors.
I
I
have two ideas for you. One you've never heard of.
Well, okay. Oh boy. These are always good.
No, one is some of our best episodes come from these, to be honest. One is I forget the name of the game, but I think I showed this to you. There's like a new, it's really good apparently. There's like and you've never played this type of game. There's like a Dark Soul type game that natively runs on all three major operating systems. So it also runs on Linux, and it's been proven to run on Arch. That would be a cool thing to try, especially again.
I don't think I really played Dark Souls, so I'm like not really.
I know, but it might be a cool thing. I'll gift it to you. It would be a cool thing to find out. And I think it would be also because a lot of times when you're
might finish Neofeud, who knows?
Yeah, that too.
There's another one. Like I got about halfway through it, Silver Spook had to drop, and then like the whole kind of stream just kind of went like, and the game, and then like something in the game crashed. So I might.
We found a bug. So
it's not a bug. It's just like I'm running this on Arch.
And it was jealous of Cyberpunk 2077 and wanted to get on it.
Yeah. So that's like half the thing is like you play like Windows games on Linux. It's like it works great until it doesn't and blows up in your face.
That's why I think you should try this game because so far we've been, which is fine, is that we've been taking Windows games and essentially hacking them so that they run on Linux.
Yeah.
It'd be nice to explore a game that was natively designed for Linux. You know.
Okay. Yeah.
We kind of explore that
either
aspect
that or
of like
either that or not designed for Windows, designed for original like Doom DOS or like 64 and 64. But run to like not be emulated, but like natively run. Because somebody just like somebody likes to hack it.
So the other one, and I actually have to later on talk with Cyricil about this because I'm currently researching this. Okay. And the actual reason is not because we can't do it. I legit don't, which might interest Jack. I legit don't know the legality around it.
Oh, that's always interesting.
Yes, and it's this. You probably are familiar. I don't know if you're familiar about this series, so I would not be surprised if you did. Would not be surprised if you did.
Okay.
The unofficial Lost Splinter Cell game is Pandora's Tomorrow. They've never put when they do collections, Pandora Tomorrow's not on there. It's not on the Steam store or anything anymore. Literally, you have to find it physically on PC, Xbox 360 or PlayStation 3 to get it. It has never had patches to run on the new console, so even if you have like the Xbox 360 disc, Ubisoft talked with Microsoft and can't even run it on Xbox One or the Xbox Series X. But the community has made multiple patches to not only to get it run, but to get it run working on both the Windows and Linux. So I think it would be kind of neat to show like, here's a game that for some reason, because there's no problems with it, as far as people could tell, that Ubisoft just does not want people to play anymore, and how a community was so passionate about this game that they literally had to hack it in order to play like this entry in the series.
So that's interesting. I might do like another interview.
It's interesting.
Is there anybody like in the community who's like good? Like,
oh yeah, no, I can find people for that. The only issue I have to look up is I don't know. I'm sure people have streamed it, and there has been a YouTube video about it.
Yeah.
But, like, I just don't want you to stream it, and then a nuke comes from Ubisoft from France. Like, that's what I'm researching.
Okay, yeah.
If we don't have that, I think we should totally do that.
Yeah, but, like, let's get somebody from, like, the modding community who's, like, just, like, who's, like, passionate about it.
Yeah.
To just go, like, you know, do the typical, blah, 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 I love doing this shit. And just tell them to, you know, how
and we can hack the game beforehand, and you play it, and then he can talk about, like, what that community had to do in order to get it running.
Yeah, more about his communities and his passions and kind of, like, so the whole point of, like, art, you know, especially with Archfile is, like, you know, Arch Linux is not really production OS. It's a .org. Archlinux.org to .org. It's for, like, people, like, literally hobbyists, people who, like,
I just
really
noticed,
put the time in.
I just noticed with the camera angle that you guys look like the bongo guy, and I'm here like the freaking cat just jamming out here in the corner.
Okay. So go jam out in the corner there.
Yeah. Any ideas for Arch Linux you want to explore next month?
Shit. I'm gonna have to think about it. Might be more Ninja OS. Because one thing I'm working Ninja OS is that I'm starting to get like pretty far with Ninja Forge NG. I finally got the try selection.
Yeah, that was so cool at the last meeting when you were showing
FreeBSD. Yeah. That's what this one is.
Yes.
God! So we need the holy water. I'll be back.
No, that's OpenBSD.
And Commander's just gonna pop out of Warpipe. Yes, you know, because he loves FreeBSD.
Okay, yeah. So I don't like dislike FreeBSD, but like FreeBSD, like, you know, a lot of people, they kind of get snooty, like, oh, it's better than Linux.
Is it Bob Dylan? I don't like FreeBSD, but FreeBSD likes me.
No, I like FreeBSD, but it's like the people are good, but like people, like a lot of people have like this delusion of how powerful they think it is, or they think it's like really production ready. It was like more used in production about like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, and it's slowly fading on servers because like a lot of the management tools kind of like aren't there, and it's a little like there's even more rough edges in Linux. I'm gonna go refill my normal drink here, but I have an idea. I'd love to see what you for Arch Linux. Okay. You can slice this any way you want, kind of going through to some like. You know how Sercel does this all the time, where in says Commander, where they find like old versions of like Ubuntu or whatever, and kind of talk about like, here's how this was set up, and that's why now we have this on the current. It'd be nice I would love to see you go through that with Arch Linux, of like early versions of Arch and how they update it. And that would be kind of cool. I can kind of go through with that, but like the problem with Arch,
could bring other people on.
It's rolling release.
I know.
So it's just kind of like there's no version. They just kind of do it live.
Again, a lot of people don't know that. So it's kind of nice to just like go through.
So maybe I could bring up like what was like in old versions of Pac-Man, how they didn't like add GPG signatures until like relatively late, like literally until like I bothered them, like, why the fuck isn't there GPG package signatures? And they're like, shut up, you don't need that, man. I'm like, dude, what happens if you get man-in-the-middled?
Here's another idea: base Arch terminal mode, and then build everything up from there.
Okay. I can go through like the wiki. I can probably then the VM and go through the wiki. I could go through kind of how like Arch did init scripts before it went System D.
That would be cool, yeah.
So like Arch used to use.
And also, not every Arch release follows like Arch is kind of oddly like flexible in that, like, you know, for example, there's a BDS version of that uses BSD version of Pack Arch, and like there's Arches versions that don't follow System
Arch
D.
is a type of BDSM, so
I know, but
it's a certain type of status.
The one with consent, unlike Gentoo. So, but
you consented to install this. You can stop anytime.
Yes, exactly. There are safe words for Arch, or safe commands is more like it. But anyhow, but there are versions of Arch that don't follow System D and stuff like that. Like it's cool, to see like there's so much variation. Yeah.
Yeah, but like as you want to say in Arch, you know, if you enjoy an Arch Linux fork, don't. I'm just kidding. I mean, you know, that was kind of like Arch Linux years ago. You put Ninja OS and like, why would you fork Arch Linux? It's perfect. You know, it's kind of like, fuck you, I run Arch.
There's also the weird thing where the homebrew development kit, DevKit Pro, trademarked by Wintermute, but DevKit Pro, which is, if you don't know, is basically the main system that people use for making homebrew on Nintendo consoles, and I think I think it has support for the PSP, but that was like years ago. It now uses a Pac-Man-based package management system to handle all of its dependencies, libraries, and etc. for building homebrew on the Switch and 3DS.
Mm-hmm.
And that Pac-Man, you're expected to install it on Windows if you want to use Windows to develop with it.
Yes.
Or you install it on top of Ubuntu, or if you're already on Arch, you just pull in the repos.
Okay, so
or actually on Windows,
So
would you be able to do it for? Cause I can't
Yeah,
remember
you can
MSY S2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it used to, before they went through the whole switch over to Pac-Man,
Mhm.
they used MSys2 and a weird Pac-Man kind of layer on top of that. And for Linux, they just provided a deb that contained all of the libraries that would just drop into opt/devkit pro.
Mhm.
But now they've modernized things a bit. They have their own package manager for it based on Pac-Man. So.
I was just saying, just use
I feel like every
it works in WSL straight up now. So
perfect. Yeah. So just one install base WSL, you're good.
Mhm.
Yep.
Right. So they can probably even run their own user land in WSL, so they don't even like the Arch.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So I can say before I toss it back, I have no idea. Every episode of Hack All and Commander, I have no idea what he's doing. That's not a giant wasp, by the way. That's the sound of the hard drive.
That's not a good hard disk sound.
Yeah.
Drive ain't happy.
Yeah. The last time I did that, I had that sound. The USB to SATA translator was broken on my Wii U hard drive, and I had to essentially take it out of its shell and get a SATA to USB extension from Micro Center in order to get that to work.
Yeah. Do you have a marker nearby, like a Sharpie or something? And the masking tape should be up there.
Okay, yes. Masking tape's right here.
Okay.
In terms of Sharpies, let me just see how much this has, because I want to get one solid black.
That should work.
Okay, because we have a newer one here, so let's see if that's
don't worry
even...
about it.
Yeah, that one's gone.
Yeah, I can't really use a blackboard marker.
Because we have a green and blue one, but I didn't know if like any of the colors, usually black, is like shows up really solid. I can tell you right now for Crypto Barons, so here's what's that. So Master of Unlocking really depends on what equipment I get in. So I literally a lot of times don't know until like a couple of days before. I try to plan things in advance, but particularly with that, essentially Donald Trump wanted to rig an election, so he also ruined everyone's Christmas, aka he ruined the postal service, and now everything's like you're importing from China. Don't even. We could literally do an entire hour just on that, but we don't like that stuff we can actually say. That's another layer. But because of that, I don't know. But the odd thing about Crypto Barons is that unless a piece of news comes up that makes something relevant, I actually basically have a year and a half's worth of material.
Cool.
That I know to do also for some degree or less in what order. Something did change though, so things are going to be a little different in Jan. Basically what I originally had to do, I'm moving a month back. So in January, the first episode we're going to cover DM, spelled D-I-E-M. It's okay if you don't know what it is, because basically, and that's what Facebook wants you to believe, they renamed their Libra, their cryptocurrency called Libra, and it's now called DM. And they also changed their policy to comply more with the United States government, and it's even worse now. The code's more well developed because they're going to launch it next month. But the actual that's actually I think the hell that we're going through right now. It's literally cyberpunk where like most of the code for things work, but their policies are crap, you know? Mm-hmm. So it's like we have advanced 3D video games, but they need like a blood sample for them to run, you know? Uh-huh. You can run you can run a Linux distribution, but it's Red Hat and it doxes you more than Windows. Like that's our hell now. We're like we have good code, but now policy everyone sucks at. Uh-huh. So we're gonna cover DM, and we have a lot of code samples from that. And then the second episode, in celebration of New Jersey's historic voting win, I'm actually going to cover how cryptocurrency is used in the cannabis market, including the two major cryptocurrencies that literally revolve around pot. So, which is literally called pot coin and cannabis coin. So that's
Weed Lamau.
I know, right? And I actually think on the episode I'm gonna have the image of Elon Musk just like completely smoking a redwood on Joe Rogan. I can't think of a more U.S. libertarian Hoboken hipster thing than that image.
Yeah, I have that image. What's it called? I sometimes reply to Elon Musk.
Just John McAfee at a con where his eyes are just completely red, you know?
Yeah, the only difference is nobody really takes John McAfee seriously anymore, at least not in the professional world.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, that's the weird part. No one takes John McAfee seriously, but then there's all these other people in the crypto world who are just as bad as John McAfee, and they're taken seriously. You know, that's what makes it horrifying. So that's what we're gonna do there.
John McAfee does nothing but give like his former company grief. Like so everyone goes, how do you uninstall like McAfee's software? Here's John McAfee with like hookers and below, like on a fucking web version.
Yeah, that and Epsteining sperm whales.
Yes.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Like, if I ever have him, like, I get the interview, the first question is going to be, so, like, why do you fuck whales?
Yeah. John McAfee, the worst Ahab ever. He doesn't realize a spear is a weapon. It's not what's in his pants.
Yes, Captain
New
Ahab.
meaning of the word harpoon fishing.
I was going to say that. Like, so I'm like, okay, Captain Ahab, so what's up with you and the whales? Captain Ahab, you fucker.
I would actually die laughing if he responded to, you run Arch, don't you?
Probably. I don't know. Probably. He's going to gloat about it. He's going to gloat because he's type. He's like, yeah, I fuck whales. It's cool, right? He's going to gloat about it. It's like half the time when you see him, like every time he gets arrested, he's smiling in his mugshot. He's like does some vanity pose like in prison. It's like, dude.
From sharks to all whales who encountered John McAfee, condolences.
It's like you're like, yeah, you're just doing this for the camera. It's just like so goofy. Such a fucking goofball, you know?
So I don't know.
There's an attempt in his life, and he goes shoots invisible ninjas with like automatic rifles.
So I don't know what N Commander does literally every episode because he like makes it up and he's awesome. And here comes the instant reward in 20 seconds. So my question is Saracel, do you want to talk about a bit about? Do you want to actually kind of partly at least hint about what your show is, or what you're working on?
So
and this is not final, by the way. So yeah.
Yeah. Slowly, I've been working on something that I wanted to develop as a show, and basically the way that I've come to working it out is I'm gonna split it into two bits. One is that I'm gonna do it live.
Fuck it, we're doing it
The
live.
live part's gonna be me, getting first, look at certain things, taking it apart on camera, seeing how things go, and just basically the behind the scenes bit of how I'm gonna develop the other part. And then the other part is gonna be a pre-recorded, session, of like, here's what I discovered, here's how it works, and
with the software and everything. And
yeah,
stuff. Yeah.
Because I'm the major part is I want to go into in depth how systems and software work together and how certain embedded software choices are made either poorly or well, and how you could inform yourself on the basis of like other systems in the field. Like I have experience taking apart both the software and the hardware. Video games consoles, point of sale machines, election machines, random trivial, like routers and home networking stuff, but then like also enterprise things and like Cisco Catalyst switches. And I've done, dissecting and reverse engineering on hard drive firmware and like drive controller firmware for things like, so there's a lot in the embedded space that's just generally regarded as this, opaque mist of like, oh, we don't know what it is, we're not going to touch it, we're not going to learn about it, they've already figured it out. No, they haven't. So I'll dig into it and, we'll figure out on the show how things work.
It should be a nice format where you're going to take apart things live hardware-wise, and then because of the nature of capturing it, you have a section software-wise of what you found in there, and then afterwards basically have a Q&A about what you've done. So yeah.
Sort of, yeah. We'll figure it out as we go along.
Yep. And again, we don't know when that's going to debut. We're trying to aim for the early part of 2021, but I'm excited for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did recently pick up a copy of face rig, so I might, for the hardware bits, I might show my face, be like this, and then for the software bits, I'll put on an avatar and go into the computer.
Oh god! So there's gonna be like a 8-bit, little what?
Maybe.
Like Bimmy and Jimmy, like an 8-bit rendition of you, so here's what I've learned today. That's cool. I didn't hear about that. Yeah.
But I just got this face rig software, so I'll dick around with it, figure out how that works.
Wait. So what you're saying is it does that live?
Yes.
Oh
yes.
shit! That's even better.
That's the point of the software.
Oh god. But you get to be your own bonsai buddy.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've never seen face rig before?
No.
So you've seen all the.
Jack lives under a rock, by
all
the way, ladies and gentlemen.
and stuff, all those.
Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah.
They just have a camera point at their face, or like a stereo camera, so they can get captured
It
depth
tracks
data.
their face, yeah.
And it tracks their face and their head movements and stuff, and it maps it onto a 3D model on the computer.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
So that's Saracel's going to do. He gets to be the master control program in his own show.
I hear that face rig's being discontinued in favor of some bullshit. They have a monthly plan service for commercial things, and it's like they're doing the Adobe thing. And I looked at the reviews on the new thing they're doing. All thumbs down.
Speaking of which, today's the last day for Adobe Photoshop. Flash, Adobe Flash. Photoshop's probably going to be next year, but Flash.
Rest in pieces.
Hit F to not pay respect for Flash, but to pay respects for Newgrounds.
Yeah.
Let me
go school shooting. Barnyard shenanigans.
Gaston.swf.
Yeah. Now, see, I was talking about this earlier with Sirocell, that what's crazy is
Can we do that? Can we go on the puppy?
No, is that what I find fascinating, Jack, you didn't hear about this, is that
Badgers?
I've been looking on here's the thing. I was scrolling through both Instagram and Twitter about everyone lamenting Flash, right? And here's the fascinating thing I found, right? All the stuff people were reminiscing about Flash is like the late period. So no one was mentioning the Badgers. No one was mentioning
Jib Jab.
Yep. No one was mentioning Jib Jab. No one was mentioning Narocly Yours with Foaming, which is still going on. Jesus. No one was mentioning Homestar Runner. No one was mentioning Happy Tree Friends.
Oh wow, shit.
And so this was all one person only mentioned Line Rider, and only I could find one other post about 8 billion.
I have that on the Wii.
And
who's that dude on the photo icons at Newgrounds?
And 8 billion posts, only one person mentioned Newgrounds, and so basically what I've realized is that most of the people on Instagram and Twitter that remember this are all younger millennials. This was the end of the Flash era. So it's from all the stuff they were listing was stuff that I remember was popular from 2010 to 2014, 15. Jesus. So and the fact that no older millennials were speaking about this has made me come to a terrible conclusion, basically.
Oh no.
Older millennials are the boomers of the internet. In the same way the boomers are the boomers in real life, the millennials are the way now. That's our age. You, me, and Jack with the internet. All the internet boomers work at Google, and we're all sad, and we don't talk on the internet anymore. We just haunt IRC and Reddit and complain at the end of time, and that's going to cause Jack to drink.
A lot of things cause Jack to drink.
Yeah, that's what that particular thing. So yeah. Shit. I'll bring it up right now and list some stuff. I will mention in chat. Someone mentioned loving the Nike laptop table.
Oh
yeah.
No, my so I got a shoebox.
We're not sponsored by them, by the way. No sweatshop workers.
So I just have a shoebox full of hard drives that I'm going through one by one.
And we're having a fun argument about the methods of drinking online. And so what someone had to point out. His opinion is they never think it's inappropriate to not drink anything straight, and his theory is if you drink absinthe straight, you might hallucinate sooner.
No, it's not true. What's it called? There's people Thijone is kind of a completely misrepresented chemical. You don't really have. It's not LSD. It's not mescaline. It's not psilocybin. It has a mild
Mild disassociative effect.
Oh, funny enough, the BBC, by the way,
Really?
first time the BBC brought up salad fingers. Finally,
What?
after
Really?
8 million tweets,
Jesus
they
Christ.
finally brought up salad fingers.
Huh.
Because I'm going to look into some of the stuff people are missing
The
here.
rest of like Weeble stuff. No Weeble stuff.
Nope.
Lions in Kenya? No
Hold
lions.
on. I'm going to see if I can get names of things. I found this weird game where you make smoothies. See if I can get a name of something.
Oh, stick figure death scenes. Yes.
There's that Monkey Go Happy. Someone's reminiscing on.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, these are later Flash stuff.
Mm.
See if I can find some more. All right, there's a hentai game. Mine,
Just one?
Meat and Fuck
Just
Games was apparently a series later on. To scroll through more things. A lot of Flash games. A lot of sprite-based Flash games.
Yeah, who's that guy on the Newgrounds vote buttons? Nobody seems to know. Everyone forgot about that one.
Yep.
It was Pico's school shooting.
Anyone remember Cannibal?
No.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Danny Baranowski was great. Like his game.
See,
his
note
music.
how we're older millennials, he's a younger millennial, and
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I
So,
mean.
yeah.
He wrote these games in Flixel, which is a rather interesting 8-bit engine.
Papa's
for,
Pizzeria.
Yeah, for Flash.
Oh, so they actually had like game engines for Flash.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, oh yeah.
Plenty of them. Like ActionScript was a development environment in its later.
Happy Wheels.
iterations. Solaris.
What terrible we live above a church, by the way. What terrible music are they playing? Do you hear that shit?
Yeah, they're
Yeah.
they're drumming on something.
Oh god, can we throw a grenade down there?
We wish. 11:30.
Yeah, I know. What we're probably gonna do is do the Animal Crossing thing, and then and our Happy New Year celebration. Then afterwards, I'll load up the Among Us and I'll play for at least half an hour.
Okay.
Because I didn't realize we would
you
actually.
tested the capture card and made sure it works, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
Mhm.
Awesome.
Yes.
It's plugged in right now, right?
Yes, it is. I can actually here. I can. Oh, we're on face mode. When I go on screen mode, it will
Okay.
show all of that. But yeah, because I didn't realize we were going to talk this much. So I guess the last round question that we can give some time with is what is our hopes and dreams? I would actually do it in two parts. What's like our overall hopes and dreams for 2021, and like what is our like hopes and dreams like for like tech hacker stuff in 2021?
Oh.
You go first.
It might be related,
So,
but yeah.
For tech hacker stuff, I want user interface to become a better priority in terms of like actually developing things to the point where, you know, not only can people use them, but people can use them fluently and understand, because this was a thing that we actually, surprisingly, Windows 95 and 98 had going for it, and we seem to have lost a lot of the, you know, we buried the lead pretty much with Windows 7, 8, 10, and like more recent operating systems. Mac OS used to be champions at this. More recent versions, not so much. iOS is actually probably, I have to say, iOS is doing it the best so far.
Which is unfortunate, yeah.
Yeah, considering
Yeah.
what operating system it is.
Mhm.
But it's to the point where you have, you have to be aware of your user when you're developing things. It's like, the whole concept of open source being unapproachable is because a lot of open source developers aren't users, they're developers. And a lot of open source users are power users, not users.
I'd even go one step further than that in saying there's people who have blind loyalty to UX and UI design conceptions from 1975 without any context of why those things happen.
Or not just 1975, people take modern design. Like on Windows, a lot of people just write .NET programs, and they just pull in all the WPF stuff to make it look very, you know, like they use the ribbon bar, but they have no reason to use the ribbon bar. They just use it because it's the thing that you get in C# when you're developing on Windows. No, that ain't right, and that ain't how you're supposed to develop a user interface. But yeah, people just blindly following user interface concepts that seem to have trailed off in earlier days, and they don't flow through to current, you know, modern machines. You know, a good user interface.
I hope those are fireworks.
I think that was my knuckles cracking.
No, I heard. I'm actually now hoping is a muffler shooting out.
Oh.
It was probably gunshots.
Yeah.
Jersey City.
Or a gun muffler, but anyhow,
a guffler.
Yes.
So, yeah, user interface development seems to have gone like by the wayside for a lot of projects, and in particular, I'm using 7-Zip right now, and it just asked me, "Are you sure you want to cancel?" The options are yes, no, and cancel. Come on, really?
It's like a McDonald's menu, yeah.
So it's like when people put user interface behind, or they just blindly follow the expectations of user interface development, it doesn't work out well for the rest of the people. And this is part of why I recommend, if you're a hacker and you want to learn how to program and you want to learn, getting into it just from the start, go ahead, set up a virtual machine or set up an old computer. That's even better. Just wipe the hard drive on it, install Haiku, and use Haiku. Because surprisingly, it follows user interface guidelines to a T. It has very powerful development environments available to it right from the get-go. It has a package system that doesn't interfere with the system when you're using it. It's just download and then apply. There's no unpacking and throwing files all over your user,
Are those the guys who made VLC?
Haiku?
Yeah.
No. VLC runs in Haiku, but I think they might share developers, like they might have people working on both of them.
Yeah, because I thought that was originally a Haiku project, and then it got ported to like other systems.
Videoland. I think that started off in BOS actually.
Yes. Yeah.
And then became a Linux thing, and then they wrote it in Qt, and now it's cross-platform.
What was I going to say about that?
BOS was originally huge on multimedia.
Just to compound what you were saying, Cyricel, is that it's the same thing I talk about with accessibility in general, which is that, if you make stuff accessible for people who are not able, it also, in my opinion, if you are able, now it's super better and easy to do. So it's the same thing where, like, if you're able to make a decent GUI, if you make a good GUI for new users, then it becomes really easy for power users to just get certain things done so they can focus on the more advanced shit than to futz around with something that's basic. I'm looking at you, GNU projects.
I'm actually looking at kind of like how GNOME kind of got everything kind of half right with GNOME Shell, or like GNOME 3, and then it's like you have a lot of good concepts, but they kind of half-assed a lot of them, and it's like there's a whole program called Tweak, which is all the shit you forgot in the settings.
I also hate to interrupt the conversation because we're going to go right back to this, but I just want to let everyone know once again that we are raising money for the, and we're doing good so far with the Child's Play charity. This is a charity that's run by the Penny Arcade people who we were at Penny Arcade Expo early this year in February, as we talked about. It was really awesome. The Child's Play charity, particularly in the winter season, tries to collect money for hospitals across the nation to help out disabled and injured and sick children across America. And so we're trying to be Hacker Santa, and even as this instant reward pops up, even if you're only able to download you would download $1, would you? No,
I would.
If you're able to donate. Yeah, you can do that with cryptocurrency sometimes. Actually, you can do that with Incent. You can download $1 basically, but if you have $1 or $5 or $10 to spare, because I know it's like being broke. Trust me, I am. Is that you can on Twitch? You can scroll down. We have a widget where you can directly donate. If you're not on this platform, in DLive or YouTube or Facebook, hi out there. Also, I got you, fam. I posted the link in chat. And we do get notifications for those in the same way we follow. So, we also get notifications if you follow, like, and share, subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, and Facebook. And finally, not only are we currently looking at our live stream chat, which has been going really well. Thank you for everyone who's currently watching, and you folks have been awesome out there, especially the people who have been donating. But we also are looking at, and we're going to highly interact with around the actual New Year's time, the Discord channel. And we just put the DEF CON Discord channel in the link on the left side. If you scroll all the way down, there's a DEF CON group section, and we have our own text and voice channel. We're currently reading the text channel. When we get into Among Us, I'm going to turn on the voice channel and play. And by the way, when we hit New Year's, that's when I'll change the lighting here. So we'll party, take the picture. I'll go change the light bulbs.
So are we changing it before New Year's or like?
We're changing it after because I figured we're taking the photo and things like that.
Yeah.
So what was was that also your general New Year's thing? Sorry, your 2021 thing or?
So My resolution for 2021 is basically resilience. I want to make better efforts to make it so that when things happen, we're prepared for them. So, recently, I can actually bring it in here in a minute.
Not to criticize, wouldn't that mean more like self-reliance?
It's part of it. There's more of like the group reliance aspect of it too, because when disaster strikes, having people to work with makes things a lot easier than being out on your lonesome. But I'll just run out and grab something real quick.
Cool, that's fine. I'm gonna while you do that, I just want to Jack, what's gonna be your computer thing that you hope for in 2020?
I don't have any hopes or dreams left, just fucking booze. So you're gonna see more
Whiskey OS.
Absinthe, whiskey. I've been drinking more gin and tonics. There's nothing really to look forward for anymore. Yeah. So you'll just see some more Archvile and hopefully fix like most of the last features I always wanted to implement Ninja OS but never got around to or wasn't quite sharp enough. So one thing I did do is I did get a lot of dev work in Ninja OS done. I actually brought that project back from the dead in 2020. Had a few good releases. Version 12. What's it called?
Zombie OS.
Yeah, so
zombie ninjas.
So whatever. So I had what's it called? One of the big feature I'm proud of is fork the kernel is now Dash Ninja, Linux Ninja kernel, its own namespace for its kernel. Can actually threw in the Arch hardened patch set with which has a kernel parameter for turning on and off the USB ports. So you lock the screen, it locks the USB ports too.
So
which is kind of cool.
So Siricel, why do you want to show us your awesome cosplay for Among Us?
Oh, yeah. So basically, I'm off frame. Here we go. So one of the things that I've been working on is I got this neat little pack here.
Yeah.
It's a rather well put together.
This is someone's fetish.
Mountain hiking pack. I'm going to be loading it up with things like MREs, things like that, bottles of water.
M80s.
No weapons, I mean, unless, we need them.
I got a machete.
Utilities.
I think that's like
utilities. We use it to cut like cupcakes.
I think that's Jack's pickup line. It's just
And then
how you doing, handsome? I have a machete.
Then I also managed to pick up a camping stove. So
neat.
This is actually pretty cool. I'm just gonna open it here.
Oh my man.
What's your master plan? Are you going to away?
So it has a tank here, 2 burners.
What a tank? What sort of artillery?
So this camping stove actually runs on 87 unleaded petrol.
I was gonna say it runs on FBSD, but
same difference.
Okay.
Or if you're running Cyberpunk 2077 on a 2012 laptop, it could easily turn into an IED.
But yeah, so it runs on regular, gasoline, and it can probably run on other combustibles like alcohol and stuff like that, given the right capacity.
Well,
yeah.
We're
not burning that in the stove. But yeah, so it runs on.
Oh yeah, so you're seeing Spiritus. Yeah, there we go.
I mean, yeah, in a pinch we could use that. It would be expensive.
Yeah.
Like 190 proof.
There's all these balls. Yeah, no, this is the stuff that I do shots of. I might do this for New Year's. This is the worst thing you could read on a bottle, by the way. I know it's
I'd actually burn that before you burn gasoline. It's going to burn a lot cleaner.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, I know. I know from. Don't ask me how I know this.
This is going to be 95% alcohol. There's no impurities in it. There's no.
This is the normal one I use.
The way this burns, it doesn't actually burn the gasoline over the food, obviously.
Yeah.
It burns it out here, and it just heats up a element inside the burners.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a 2-pass kind of stage thing.
Oh, okay, I got you.
So yeah, it's a rather neat little stove. Very useful if you're in a bind. You could probably just, like in an apocalypse scenario, find a car that's been abandoned and puncture its gas tank and harvest the gas for it. And use
siphon
it for
the gas tank.
I mean, if you have a siphon, sure.
Yeah.
But I think most cars nowadays are anti-siphon.
Okay.
I'm so glad you said siphon.
Why?
I am not going to repeat what I heard on air.
All right.
Okay.
Well, don't
I've been reading too much Twitter.
Oh.
All right.
And I dropped a hard drive. Boy.
Okay, so my answer. So it's actually really difficult for me to pick the tech thing I'd like to see. Off the top of my head, I don't think this is going to happen next year, but I think we're going to start seeing the aftermath of, the Nintendo hacks and leaks and Cyberpunk 2077 stuff. And basically it's video games and just all systems. And anyhow, one, updating their own infrastructure to actually be the way people actually use the internet and the actual threats on the internet. And along with that, or their own game engines to be actually modern standards where things run on everything. And the other thing that goes kind of with that is that also just, if you have a problem, don't bullshit people about it. Because the more you bullshit people about, the worse it's going to bite you in the ass when it comes out. Just be honest. Just have actual communication.
Yeah.
My minor thing after experiencing GNU Radio is for being a giant revolt at GNU where they kill all the old fogies that are detrimenting projects, and then actually in the vein of you getting things where GNU is people oh awesome GNU instead of oh GNU.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There is a lot of that with most GNU
because even though open source has evolved a shit ton since when I was younger, and I also commend a lot of independent open source engineers with that, and also Free Software Foundation has very recently, in my opinion, improved on some things and stuff like that. I still hate that. To me, GNU, Jack's probably strong when I says GNU reminds me of the United States Green Party, where they have great ideas that we should be doing. And it's not that these are bad ideas, or even that the system, to some degree anymore, is rigged against them. But they have these backwards fuck nuggets who are in charge of both not only the things that are being worked on, but the presentation and marketing for them. And that's the way I feel with a lot of these major open source stuff. That, for example, it still boggles my mind that Freenode went through that controversy for 5 years straight, where they got the guy who was also doing Herbo, where he was the most advanced engineer. He could do IRC in his sleep, so they hired him. But he's also one of those those libertarians of the age of consent should just be when you're born.
Oh,
and he advocated for the decriminalization of child pornography and stuff. And everyone complained to Freenode about that. And then Freenode was well, he's our best engineer. It should only be on merit. And then they wondered for years why no one used Freenode. And then they finally kicked him out. And guess who's using Freenode again?
The file system is
so it's oh, it's Satan's.
That's 666.
Yeah. But no, it's welcome to the slogan of 2020.
Yeah.
Was it Dex? Is that Hex or Decimal?
Absent drink here.
Good question. I don't know.
But yeah, I want people to be excited about this stuff instead of just all these dinosaurs holding things back. And speaking of dinosaurs holding things back, in terms of broad stuff, and I hate to get political here, but hi, welcome to this show.
It's a Windows boot.
The thing I think will be most likely, and the thing that unfortunately, as much as I want this, will probably be highly unlikely. I'd love to be proven wrong. Please prove me wrong in 2021. The likely thing that I want to see is Joe Biden got elected, which means yay, no more Trump and stuff.
Oh, nice.
But because of that, I want in the next 4 years to hold Joe Biden and the rest of the Democrats up to flames. I want them to, when they make promises or things that people actually want done in this country, that they actually do them. Yeah. I want people to, which is the problem, is we have no accountability. It's like the software world. There's no accountability on it.
Yeah, well...
That's what I want. I think that is the most likely thing that's going to happen, which is why I'm putting that out there, that people are going to do that, because we live in this time period now.
I'm less optimistic. I mean,
No, I mean that the general public is going to, because I've already seen that happening. So
I mean,
it's
there's
like,
a 50-50 that Bernie does this thing where he prints out tweets and he prints out...
No, I'm not talking about politicians. I'm talking about American citizens being, like, actually, because that's already been happening. So that's why I said it's the most likely thing. It's not like the pie in the sky thing. So that's why I'm putting out there.
50-50.
The unlikely thing that I really want to happen, I'm probably like this because this didn't happen to Bush, and to me, this person even more deserves it. I don't know if we'll get banned from me saying this.
Uh-oh.
And this is the nicest way I could say this. It's been fun watching the end of the Trump dumpster fire, or how would someone said it? They're calling the current situation the "You're Fired" party, with fired spelled as the Fire Festival.
Yeah.
And like how amusingly crappy everything's ending for him and his regime, because it was literally a regime. I haven't seen literally a regime like this since Bill Clinton or Reagan, where it's just, Right. Nothing would make me happier in 2020 to see Trump and the rest of his cronies have a Mussolini ending.
He literally hung from the rafters up there.
That didn't say it. I said I want to have a Mussolini ending.
Yeah.
Most Americans don't know what that is, so I'm hoping the algorithms don't
The
either.
moment you said that, my hard drive hung itself and then crashed.
Oh, so that's a P-tape drive. That's a P-tape drive found in Hunter Biden's emails with all the Covfefe in it. He said, good luck with that, Chief. Yeah, no. I do think, because, again, I'm part of a lot of activist stuff, so I do think we're going to see... Again, whether the accountability happens or not, what I think we're going to see is pressuring for accountability, because, again, I've already been seeing that in waves, like a lot more than it's ever done before. The pie in the sky thing for me is I think the precedent that we had someone like Trump, and it doesn't matter if it was a Republican or a Democrat, but just someone like Trump, was the fact that when George Bush pulled all this shit in particular, that he was not tried afterwards. That told every politician, you can fuck up the entire, you can literally have this country on fire, and you'll get away with that.
Yeah.
And that signaled everyone. In the same way, Trump's bullshit now is going to allow any Republican or Democrat to attempt to pull that same shit, but with actual intelligence and charisma, and just...
I think the one thing about
I'm gonna get a refill here.
Like with Bush is he just went on television. He was like, "Yeah, we are torturing people. Like we're literally doing it."
That was more Dick Cheney, because Dick Cheney was oddly more honest.
But that was his regime, so you can't squirrel out of that one. But and he just said that, and everyone just kind of went with it, and like nobody really said, like nobody in politics is really like, why did you just like brag about torture? It's not like we're kind of quietly torturing. We're bragging about torture now, and there was absolutely no answer to that one. And there's still not an answer to that one. No one's been charged. I think Obama kind of admitted like, yeah, we tortured some folks and we're trying to move forward. But nobody was ever brought to justice. But I think it kind of happens with like rich people, because they're like, yeah, I admit I did something bad.
And just people with any large amount of social capital. It doesn't have to be
capital,
money. Yeah,
money and social capital.
Could be perceived fame.
Like,
Connections.
He's sorry, isn't that enough? I mean, he's deserves to get away with it because. You can't punish people because you're supposed to.
And then before that, probably the ultimate origin of that was Nixon's pardon.
Yeah. But it's almost like with Nixon, they kind of half didn't get away with it because Gerald Ford pardoned Nixon.
There was no fake news back then. So
Spiro Agnew pardoned Nixon and Gerald Ford pardoned Spiro Agnew, and they kind of ran. And then Gerald Ford lost the next election to Carter. That was just kind of very much everyone saw Nixon as corrupt. His approval rating was 20%. He kind of got away with it by technicality, but like the general public really didn't. The person who really got away with it was Reagan, with like Iran-Contra. The CIA just like shredded all the evidence. The inspector general decided he was going to play around with it. What was scary about Reagan is Reagan was just like Trump, except for the news went with it. The so-called real news went with it. As much as everyone's like, I get it, fake news are worse than like kind of like the mainstream media, and then like it became a right-wing shit. But one thing I really don't want to happen is like because like the right-wing media literally adapts like kind of age-old like Noam Chomsky, like other like leftist critiques in the media, that now it's kind of invalid as a right-wing critique just because like they kind of really facetiously brought it up. They're really not anti-media because most of these are media people themselves. But it's especially with the American media, it's kind of there was original people for decades who just did all the both sides, kind of told us both sides was kind of the expected norm.
What? Did you say Chomsky?
Good one. Good one. So, I mean, it's just one of those things you have to really remember that the biggest critique that, the media really has for people like Trump is he's an idiot. And never really got into, you kind of gave Reagan, because Reagan was an actor, you kind of gave Reagan more of a free pass. And those same ideas, with Reagan, and especially, how he fucked up AIDS, the AIDS crisis, Iran-Contra, various dictatorships, I mean, how deregulation, union busting, how he kind of literally outsourced all the jobs. Like I said, even the slogan "Make America Great Again," that's literally something Reagan said when he
we're retro. We like to bring things back.
Yeah, and originally what that was, he was talking about ending affirmative action in college universities. That's what that phrase originally meant. So before anybody, because a lot of the people, especially who call them Reagan Democrats, before these people literally hoodwink you, now this so-called Lincoln Project, you should really just call them the George W. Bush Project, is what they are, because this is very much not the party of Lincoln.
Yeah, minus an actual group.
Saying we
Lincoln
oppose
Project,
Trump, but to ally with us, you more or less have to normalize Bush's regime. And then the answer to that would at least be no. And the thing that Biden's doing is he's well, I'm not going to really prosecute Trump people. I'm well, if they did the crime, they do the time.
And also, I feel unlike back then, per se, back then when people were asking, even with Bush prosecution, it was a fringe thing. It's I'd seen everyone and their mom want this to act like him to be actually prosecuted.
And the thing is, though, it's
this is why I think he's doing all these pardonings, because there's so much public media pressure.
So the thing is, this is not.
This hat.
I mean, people call this radical. This is just kind of.
That is a hat.
Rule of law.
And an outfit.
Fucking rule of law. That's all you ask for is rule of fucking law.
So, for all you don't know right now, we're going to get into kind of the game portion here, so I'm just loading up Animal Crossing because there is a New Year's thing that happens in the game. We're still going to talk and stuff, and I'm going to let everyone know at the 2-minute mark.
I always watch Side Pocket play this game, and I always think this is
with his pants on.
420! Ha!
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, is it a countdown? It's a countdown?
Yep, they're doing a plaza thing for New Year's. That's actually why I'm going to go in and quickly change an outfit.
Okay.
You guys can still talk and stuff.
Okay, cool.
Probably
So,
talk
I always kind of this game always kind of looked interesting. I always kind of watch Side Pocket play this game.
Yeah, same. I used to have it on the 3DS.
This is their fetish. Yeah, the new Leaf. Why do I have 2 ironing sets? Okay, I have to get rid of one of these.
I mean, it's not interesting enough for me to actually try playing a game, but it is kind of interesting.
Actually, you know what's actually something we actually never have done, which we might either do on this stream or a future stream. I still haven't done the local co-op mode. Where you can hand people Joy-Cons and they pop up in the game.
Let's do it. Maybe we can do it next time. It's fuck it. Can we get this running on Arch? Can
I Carousel. Yeah.
So there is a Nintendo Switch emulator.
Oh, cool.
A couple of them. One called Yuzu, one called Ryuji NX.
Does this work on it?
Yeah, I do believe Animal Crossing New Leaf boots on it. You need to dump your own cartridge, obviously.
Okay.
Piracy for the Switch is kind of 50-50 out there at the moment, so don't pirate. But
of course, I would never do things like break the law. I wouldn't download a car.
Exactly.
Or shoot a policeman and shit in his hat or whatever that's
the one good joke from the IT crowd, yeah.
Right.
I kind of like that. If you try turning it on and off again.
But yeah, there are emulators for the Nintendo Switch. Very high level kind of stuff. They just emulate the CPU, and then all the GPU calls are done through the library, and it just sees.
That was a gunshot.
That was a gunshot.
Welcome to the New Year's, where New Jersey basically is Alabama.
Yeah, New Jersey is kind of like Iraq, kind of no. When I was my tour in Iraq, I got introduced to a new term called celebratory gunfire. Instead of firecrackers.
Isn't that an evangelical church? Oh, I thought you said celibate gunfire. Yeah.
No,
that's just NRA members who are 17.
About, if a party or a wedding or something, and they shoot their guns in the air. It's kind of celebratory. Like they do like on Ramadan, like like Ramadan over, everyone just starts shooting guns.
Yeah.
So,
as long as they're doing it that way, things I have to say with people with their dick out.
it's on the west side.
Yeah, that's on our street.
Oh shit. Yeah, DC 201 residents, they're like somebody's only shooting guns outside.
Well, that sounded like a firecracker.
Yeah, honestly,
Small caliber.
they kind of sound like mid-sized fireworks as I've grown up around fireworks.
Small caliber pistol rounds, maybe 22.
Well, no, that's the problem. Is one of the reasons why we use we have 2 minutes left. The whole reason why we use fireworks, for example, to celebrate 4th of July is because it perfectly replicates old killing fire.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, there's a whole thing to be said about all of that. So I'm gonna hold a green balloon. I'm in the cyber suit and my cyber shades. I should have probably put a different hat, but oh, here we go.
40 seconds.
I don't know if there was supposed to be a thing I was holding or something. I guess I'm not going to have that, so instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out the, I have either the Sparter or the Tweeter. Yep. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year's! Meteorite hits right now.
Man.
Oh man. Like season finale of like Earth or like
Season finale. Impressive music. See, I don't have this wavy thing. Why don't you guys tell me about the wavy thing? What the fuck?
Wavy.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold the sparkler. How do you... I'm trying to remember how you... Oh god, why are you skipping here?
There you go.
There you go, I can... It burns really fast, Jesus.
Oh.
They make cream for that. Alright, that was my sex life right there, ladies and gentlemen. What's the tweeter? Oh! Yeah, I'm retweeting it on a deck 3 at a time. So we survived!
Yay!
Let's see what sort of filter I can put on here, and then we're gonna go into stuff with the chat.
Yep. Also, another
dramatic.
Wow,
He's very hard.
I think these are more won't disclose where I might have found them until the string's off the here, but
Ah! Eleanor, you walked right in the fucking camera.
oh.
Try that again. Why are you cock-blocking horse?
Poor mom.
At least you're shorter, okay. That's a perfect one right there.
Yes.
Alright, I'm done. I'm done with this button. So yeah, in a couple of moments, Happy New Year, Delsa Delbona. In a couple of moments, we're going to turn on the, Kyle said Happy New Year. We're going to turn on the audio chat, and I'm going to play Among Us for the first time with all of y'all out there. I mean, unless you want me to open the Animal Crossing island and visit it, it's up to you. I mean, I don't really have much going on here.
Do it. This is one of our fans.
I don't know if anyone's even... well, this is fans. I don't even know if anyone's... Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll turn this on for like 10-15 minutes, and then if no one shows up, we're going to load Among Us. I'm going to play for at least half an hour, and then we're going to complete the stream. I want everyone else's voices on here. Oh yeah, go da 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 da. Almost, because they were doing it in that scale.
Those are gunshots. That sounds like 9mm. That's definitely 9mm.
At least it's not over the gas station this time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we have a bad history.
Oh, that's fireworks.
That's fireworks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm now imagining Jack at DEF CON shoot just launching fireworks. Yeah, I'm using a 9mm. Might be a myth. Yeah.
Gone now.
Still here. Do I want visitors? Online play. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to find what's known as a dodo code. And I'm going to put that in both chats. And if you want to visit the island in the next 10-15 minutes, you can. I still don't know how he types. Not only is his wings not even near the keyboard, but he has wings. Frickin' dodo. I just like my hipster hat here. I was actually shocked because usually from that series is that good. I'm like, oh, this is actually a nice hat. I'll wear this. Ah, invite via dodo code. Okay. Okay, I've never actually done this before. So. Okay. Yay. Yep. It's a one-time generation thing. More the merrier. Oh yes, that's what we want. Unprotected Animal Crossing. Some cartoon games won't load on my computer. What gives? Answer: make sure you have the latest version of Flash Player from Adobe.com. That usually helps. Homestar Runner's dying.
Yeah.
Alright, so we're gonna make this everybody there.
Alright.
Generating. That was a half a second where he was having, where Overlord had an existential crisis. Alright, so I'm gonna type this in chat. So, animal. I think Wile E. Coyote just fell off a cliff.
I want to go look out the window.
Yep.
Let's see the fireworks.
Yeah, we might take turns checking that out.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it is magnificent out there.
Really? Huh. I have an idea, chat.
Oh, they're setting him off from the fucking fuel station.
Oh, God.
Oh,
Yay.
Jesus. Yes,
Actually, hang on a moment. I just got an idea here,
These are real
folks.
Norman Einsteins. The gas station goes up, it's gonna be fucking hilarious.
I got an idea if my phone will allow me to do this.
Fucking...
I'm gonna put on the remote. I'm gonna attempt to put on the remote cam, and hopefully we'll aim them out the window and get to see something. Because right now,
Yeah, they were setting them off from both over there.
yeah,
and
because right now, and you won't be able to hear our voice, but right now, I was my phone's not kind of working properly, but this seems to work. So I'm gonna add this in here, so we can go look at the fireworks being set off next to the gas fueling station because, you know, geniuses. Browser capture. Phone. I'm gonna add this in, so unfortunately this is gonna be partially blocked.
You can actually see the fireworks coming up from Newark.
Oh God. Yeah, we actually have a really good view. I hope that wasn't the stove.
That was the stove.
Really good view
China.
outside
It's
because
China.
there's no real tree. There's like one tree and that's it. So we actually have a very flat view of everything. Let's see if I can get this working. Why are you right behind me? The camera's right there. Okay. Video. JPEG. So this won't have any audio with it, but it's the best, fastest PEG, right? Okay, but this should show up. Okay, why aren't you showing up? I think I've typed this in wrong. Oh, that's why. Make 2 corrections on here. There we go. Alright, so we'll get back to Animal Crossing in a moment, but I'm going to go out and do the fireworks stuff here. I'll give you guys a little preview of it. As you can hear. And we put the dodo code in the chat if you want to visit. Let me know if anyone comes in.
Alright, so. Good stuff on hard disks?
Working through them.
signal should last far enough. I'll be right back.
Gonna go downstairs?
Yeah. It's gonna be outside briefly, so.
Briefly, so side pocket is.
That didn't sound happy.
No.
Hard drive. Oh, there it is. That's interesting. The drive controller showed up on my with its NV config file, which means the platters and the heads aren't reading sectors.
What program is that?
7-zip.
Okay, so reading a hard disk from 7-zip?
Yeah. That's it. It's like a Swiss Army knife for going through file formats.
I don't remember that one.
Yeah, 7-zip File Explorer on Windows.
You can literally explore partitions with that?
Yes.
Oh,
it
cool.
can go through live disks, partitions, disk images, the contents of disk images and partitions in images. It pulls apart like ELF, CUF, PE, all different executable types. Any archive format, obviously, because that's what it's built for. But yeah.
So that's like really talking about feature creep.
Well, it's a lot less feature creep and more that the capabilities were already in there to explore deep into archive formats. And, you know, hard drive file systems are pretty much just another archive format.
You think about it, yeah.
Yeah. So this pretty much just has that. And then executable formats, they're just archive formats. So it just pulls through and reads the data straight up.
Honk, honk!
That is the most celebrating I've heard from New Year's ever. I guess everyone's happy to get rid of this year.
I'm gonna go check out fucking RAC.
Nice.
Oh, it's chilly outside. And not even the good edible kind.
I wonder if did the camera stuff work, or?
I think so, maybe. It seems like it was frozen on this one thing. Anyhow, we tried.
Oh well.
Yeah, they're blasting them that way. Down, there's two that way. There's one shooting low hangers over the park, and then all the way down in Newark. So that was nuts.
Nice.
Oh boy. The cold and heart popping adrenaline. We actually have stuff going on in the private chat, and then we're going to talk with all of you out there. So yeah, I don't know if you got any videos of that. Probably didn't, because I think it may have died when I went outside, even though it's supposed to work on mobile as well. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why when we do stuff outside of the theming area, we also have to, that's why we normally pre-record this stuff, because it's really difficult to remote stream on like 4G for whatever reason. Like everything wants to use Wi-Fi or hard tethered stuff. I'm gonna write here, visit the DEF CON, it's 201 Animal Crossing, not Corset Crossing, Dodo code. Let's get together and do the group picture thing.
Yeah.
And then you're going to email it to me and I'll send everything over.
Yep.
Aphrodite wished us a Happy New Year, apparently, on our private thing. Aphrodite is amazing. Oh, man. No, I hope and wish we actually picked up something because it looked absolutely glorious.
Yeah.
Outside. That's another thing. Actually, that's probably the big tech thing that I hope we're going to do. Which we're already in the process of getting better gear.
Yeah.
So we could do things like active remote streaming and having O-rings and shit like that. Why are you not working, Twitter?
Alright.
Sad.
A sad exclamation.
You know what? I'm really hoping in the next 5 years I don't have to hear those terms again.
Yeah.
Like, there's so many terrible slogans like sad and,
Yeah.
you know, that type of shit.
Well, I think we're just going to use them, like, ironically every time somebody on the right does something
That's
stupid.
actually what I'm worried about. We're using them
Yeah.
ironically, so then the future group 10 years from now is going to use them unironically, and then we'll have Trump 3.0.
This drive is so gungy. Like, ugh.
Is that a scuzzy drive?
No, it's
It's just a scuzzy.
Yeah, It's probably running off as scum. I can't believe you didn't recognize that. You're so in this, because usually it picks up on shit like that. Alright, so I need
like
your
the
phone.
Nintendo. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Where did
And then just put on camera mode, and I'll do the selfie thing, and then you're gonna. I don't know how your email thing works. So.
Happy New Year. They did the deposit for my thing. Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah, the non-related Cuban drug thing.
I can't even joke about that. There's somebody's.
Yeah, somebody will like literally.
Take like a selfie. Selfie.
Do you want a selfie stick or a?
Oh, we have one of those?
Yeah.
I've never used one, so okay.
Like, honest to God, like the first time I heard the term selfie, I thought it was slang for masturbation, and then they told me a selfie stick. You know, I was like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Sounding, yeah.
You know, there's a store for those. They sell them mostly to women and some men. I mean, I'm not gonna judge. I mean, you know.
I like how you say that with great.
You do it, but my reaction.
I like how you say that with great expertise, Jack.
Yeah. Why not?
Very familiar with this concept.
Yeah, I what's it called? I cam up. I used to work. I used to host porn. I mean, I do have great expertise.
This is. Welcome to the power of absinthe.
Welcome.
Jack's gonna watch this tomorrow and be like, "Oh no, why do I have all these emails now from LinkedIn about this stream?"
Somebody at work finds this. Like, Jesus Christ. Oh, he's that guy. You know, I don't turn the camera on conference calls. I mean, they don't you see.
Oh, we're getting a visitor.
Oh, cool. Somebody has joined the island.
It might be one of my friends.
Oh, cool. Anyway,
we're gonna find out. Actually, here's what I can do. Okay. Mihi! That doesn't look like anyone I recognize. For the stream. Okay, I'll see you in the future, Koala. Thank you, Mad Matt, for saying Happy New Year. Don't worry, we're going to turn on the video and voice stuff very shortly.
So who is this me?
No idea.
You know what they say, when all else fails, try pod.
Yee, and I can't stress this well enough. Aw.
Ah.
Apparently their internet is real shit. Ah. I wonder if this could actually work. Oh, that's what disappeared from here? What the fuck? Do I have this?
So I'm gonna mount this up here.
Wait, what happened to this thing? There it is. Why the fuck is it over here now? Oh, now we have even more people. And thank you, Game Master, whatever those numbers are, because I couldn't read them.
Yeah.
For following us on Twitch. And I also want to remind once again, we still have a day left to go, even though we're not going to be streaming after this, as far as we know, for Child's Play. We're trying to raise money for sick kids all across the United States. Wow, we might not even get to Among Us at this rate. Because everyone's visiting us now. So, but yeah, actually this would probably be the good time to, like, one, move the camera a bit more over. So hopefully you can more see my face. There we go. And two is that I'm actually going to put on the headphones. And we're going to turn the voice stuff on, which you guys should still be able to hear at home. Yes! No, so we're actively looking at it. Sashiso is going to visit. Ooh, that's a good name for an island. Opalescence. But no, one of the things... Oh, that's a cute hat. Yay. One of the things that someone just put in notice chat that there's another piece of anti-sex work legislation called SISEA sneaking through. Yeah, SISEA. We are going to be working on another... There we go, Rob. Everyone's just going to keep visiting. Like, we're still going to take the group picture thing, like, in a second. I'm just... There goes Amiibo.
There goes Luigi.
Yeah, it's not the first time. Wow, we have 2 more people. Jesus Christ.
Damn.
I might open it a little bit more than 20 minutes then. But yeah, I'm going to turn the audio on right after we do the group picture in the DC201-NYE-Party-Voice. We didn't name these. Goddamn DEF CON did, which we appreciate that they run all the forums and stuff.
Very first relocator.
Bloody from Q-Land. But yeah, so what's happening is, aka the island invasion. Second of all, once we take the selfie on the voice channel, I'm going to open it up, and then everyone wants to speak. I'll probably relay if they have voice stuff to ask our co-founder, G.I. Jack or Sarah still, because they won't be able to hear me with the headphones, and doing the audio without the headphones will screw everything up. So we'll take the group picture here, and then my curious thing is I'm loading up the Nintendo Online chat because I want to see if that actually works. Yeah, while this person loads in, let's do that group picture. So
you see the frame in here?
Yeah. Do you have a timer set on it?
It's 10 seconds.
Okay, awesome. So I'm gonna kneel.
All right.
Just make a sexy pose on that.
I'm move this up right now, so I have no idea. I think your hard drive crashed.
Yeah, whatever.
Okay. So there we go. So we're gonna do this in with my crazy stupid hair. 10, 9, 8, 7. Perfect.
Sweet.
So just email that to me. Okay, I think that's the end of the invasion right now. Yep, no, someone just, goddamn it. I'm also turning on the voice chat here on the phone to see if I can talk to anybody. Is anyone out there on the phone? Hello? And now I'm going to turn on the voice chat in the,
Oh, that's a perfect picture. I love it.
Yes.
Let me see.
Oh, I forgot to grab the shark in it, but whatever.
The shark's on the side. He's fine.
Yeah, just shark on the side, sliding into the DMs.
Yeah, I'm so glad I fucking decided to grow the spaceship there. It looked a lot fucking better.
Yeah.
Yeah, just me covered in ThinkPads.
So let's see. So we're voice connected right now. Oh, this is a neat option. I'm gonna try this.
Photogenic model Jessie from Dakiti. Oh, I get it. It's the kitty. Like it's it's a kitty.
Yep.
Like cats. Meow. Face claw. Like.
It's all crazy here.
I think
We're gonna try this and hope this doesn't kill the stream because it shouldn't.
I think at our earliest meetings, I'm gonna get to myself.
Okay.
Yeah. Assuming I can get out of this game.
Well, I mean, we'll leave it open for a while for people to.
Yeah. We are definitely multitasking here. It's nice to see the stream still going.
Yeah.
Everyone just check out my. Oh, nice outfit. Like for real.
Fashionable.
All right.
Love it.
Hopefully, I should be able to leave. Let's leave the airport. Let's leave the airport. Alright, here we go. I'm gonna make a bad dash for the entranceway. Ah! Okay, there we go.
No, I think I haven't seen.
Hello, everyone out there on Discord. Oh, shit! That was the other thing I forgot to do here. I'm gonna do this right now. Do you still have that little tripod?
Here, go.
We're gonna try this. Can't leave the people on Instagram out. Hello, person. There's a text chat here. Damn it! What do you mean? Oh, I definitely do have the best friend list. Damn it! I want to make my phone drop. This phone's literally made out of bars, so it drives me crazy. There were so many messages now. Come on, leave me alone. I'm trying to be an introvert. Look at how this horse runs. They fell asleep in the closet. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna hold my green balloon. All my friends here, except for you. You have no pants. You showed up in a business suit and no pants. You Hobokenite.
Yeah, exactly. What's wrong with that?
I vote for veto.
I veto. Is that like veto said dude fucking hobo?
I thought veto was KO.
Yeah. She's the starter of the backing band.
You say veto?
Veto.
And we have another person visiting.
No, lady.
So I'm gonna let everyone text chat know that hey, we are in audio chat. Right?
Goodbye, Yankee. Thank you for visiting the DC tour residence virtually in some capacity.
In some capacity.
In some capacity.
Someone said it's glad to be part of the EFF. That the attacks on Section 230 were outrageous. I don't trust either major party because Democrats lean towards the right, and no matter what happens on the internet, we will be ready. And he also wanted to let everyone know that he is Skyrim on Switch.
Right back at you, bro. Right back at you. Rock and roll.
I sent you the.
Awesome. So I'm trying to figure out
What
here.
are you doing with the tripod?
I'm trying to understand it. Yeah.
So it's time for myself.
Where do you want to stand it down?
In some of these corners because I want to start. I can actually, you know what, fuck, I'll just handle it. But in the meantime, I just want to do the. Is anyone out there on the voice chat? Anywhere? Yeah. No, it's more of I'm going to put us on Instagram for the live stream. I can do this back on. I'll do that right now. Is there any like emotions I can do? Yay! But I wish my jump was that high, but it's not.
Yeah, it's just in a moment.
It's not with one hand.
so I'm gonna attempt it. This is like we're like I'm multitasking so hard right now. Okay, yeah. This is why I want, because now everything's like so slow now because of the memory limits. Yeah. I'm gonna what card? I also don't know what the card is. Yeah, I assume you have it. So I'm gonna start this. There's live. Here's live. Oh, new person's coming in. Hello everyone out there on Instagram. We are currently in Animal Crossing Party, and we want to wish everyone at DEFCON 201 a Happy New Year. As 2 more people come into my frickin' island. Yeah, I'm going to point it over, so it's me right now, and I'm going to put this on the stand, and I don't know if anyone can, I think this is the same. The camera's no, actually too... yeah, it needs to stand up like that.
First island, very first island door, Alan Grace from Titiwaka.
Okay.
I thought you were reading some punk band there for a second. Because it sounds like that. Yeah, up now was Alan Grace from the Titiwakas. Alan Grace! Fuck your face!
It's metal, dude. It's more metal than punk rock.
Okay, so what would the punk rock name be?
Fuck
I don't know. There we go.
The fuck you.
That actually sounds like
Fuck you.
that sounds actually like a tribute band for Green Day, to be honest.
It really does.
Alright, who's visiting? Ah! Her eyes look like moose. My arm is dying.
Okay. So how long do you need this?
I mean, I could technically do this, but it's going to be sideways.
Okay.
So it's going to be sideways. What I actually need is you have a stand that's perfect. Yeah. I think it was perfect. Yes, it's perfect for me. Yeah, there we go. No, that's what I was trying to do earlier.
Yeah. That works.
I don't know if anyone's in the voice channel or anything so far. If anyone wants to speak, you can speak. Unless I'm supposed to put a command for that, because I couldn't read what DEFCON wanted to do here. Let's see what Nookmon is I achieved. Is there like a New Year's one that I got or something? I got a clam one. I will close the window. Shut up.
Please close.
Is our window open in the kitchen? Yep. There's one. There's a big one for 2 years. Good job. Graceful. You fly like a Boeing and sting like Sting. Oh, look at Kiki. Kiki's the black cat. That's actually cute dress. Of course, it's not like a comment. Oh, someone's leaving. This is gonna keep happening. I'm gonna do this for at least like probably the next 10-15 minutes, and we'll try Among Us, and then I'll debate on if I actually have to know something or something for that. That was the original plan. Apparently, we're starting off New Year's correct with the best line so far. Your butt looks really ugly on the screen, Jack.
I said it.
What?
I said whatever you heard.
Okay, I remember I have headphones on. I guess everyone's leaving the island right now, which is fine. I got to see, like, my island's not, like, super crazy. So it was, oh yeah, Jack's doing it. This is stuff that he made himself. Thought I'd do the New Year's here because we're bored after people. Yeah. This is his. Yeah. So how's everyone doing out there? Is anyone out there on the Discord right now? They currently plugged into it. You should be able to hear us on here. So good. Yeah.
They changed the icon that way.
Yeah, no, they did. I even got confused with all of that. Making sure the stream is still running.
That doesn't sound like someone else.
Smell or sound?
No, not sound.
Yay! Happy New Year! Zick Boy did it. And the bringer in the New Year is the Fuzz, who finally woke up. So I just want to remind everyone who's watching the live stream right now that we have the remaining time all day today, will be the last day, to donate to the Child's Play charity. Is a Saturday. Yeah. It's a charity in which we're trying to be Happy Santa and raise money for sick and injured kids.
Yes.
So,
that does not include people who are on the street right now. We are kind of sick.
we're definitely not kids. I hope we're not kids.
We are sometimes acting like children, but we really are not. And we are definitely
Higher nugget, please.
sometimes emotionally not. Most of the time.
Only sometimes.
Sometimes. Depends.
Alright, so the game's loading again. I don't know why. Yeah.
Hi, Jesse. Have a good one.
You too. Toodles. Hey, new Tim is on there. Are you on there, new Tim? You want to unmute your mic and talk, or you just want to spot here and listen to us? It's perfectly fine. We're just chilling. We're probably going to do the Animal Crossing thing for like 5 more minutes, and then I'm going to attempt to do Among Us, because I've never played this thing.
It's just a bunch of fires down that way.
Oh, okay. You know you live in Jersey City when it's just a bunch of fires down that way.
Why did somebody lit some fireworks off? They caught something. Like the gas station.
Thankfully not the gas station.
Yeah, we would have felt it. We were burning bad.
Yeah, you would have felt that. You would have felt that. You would have heard.
Would have been like bad. Like small, like.
Ta-da! You're like a whistling sound. I don't know what that is. I think it's. Yeah, it's probably either the audio from what?
Fireworks is easier. Fireworks is your life. Gunshots.
No, it's an actual whistling. I actually think it might be the whistling. Yeah. How did I not get a freaking wavy thing? You. Hey! Yeah. Give me the thing! Okay. Yeah, finally! Yeah, give me the fucking thing! You fat fuck! Chris Christie has a Tanuki. Oh god, I got some poppers.
Not gonna say.
We can have some fun now.
Oh yeah.
I like that they come in a fucking brown paper bag.
Yeah.
They came in a brown paper bag.
Party pops.
Yay! That was one. Let's look at. Let me. Where's my balloon? Where's my balloon? Oh, balloon. They used to have fireworks stuff earlier, so it's like. Alright, what shit do you have, man? You're my dealer, come on. Here's that. And just party poppers. Why don't I get a light stick? Alright, I'll buy your fucking New Year's hat. Where's green? Where's green? Oh, shut up. I'm doing purple. Yeah. Hi, Sister Chico. Yeah, it's purple rain, purple haze. Songs that colors that end in purple, which was a Celebrity Jeopardy category.
Yes.
You know, it's nuts that both of them died.
Yeah.
They need to do a celebrity. Honestly, I would love to do this. As much as I'm not the biggest fan of SNL, they need to do a Celebrity Jeopardy where Alex Trebek, played by Will Ferrell, is in heaven, and he's like having a good show, and they're actually answering questions, all the dead celebrities and no problems. And then Sean Connery shows up, and then he begs to go to hell. This is not heaven. And where I am, if Sean Connery's here, this is not fucking heaven. That would just be the ultimate, like, Celebrity Jeopardy.
Yeah, he's condemned to doing like Celebrity Jeopardy forever.
Alex Trebek was a cool dude, though.
Okay.
I think it's just more the humor of it. Alright, jeez, I'm sorry. Isabel's giving me drugs. There we go! Finally, you're the bitch that held that thing. Sure they're like converted dildos or something. Oh, you actually have to... No, I don't want to talk to you. I mean, I like you, but I want to talk to you. That's actually good. I said last year's ancient history at the time, a full speed at 2021, so look at that. To be fair, we also said that about 2020.
Yeah.
I love looking up videos and pictures of how excited people were for 2020. It's like, oh, but it's only been 2 months. You know? Bye, all alligators.
Finally, guys.
I love for me this is just playing the game, but for you two, it's like I feel like this is like a kids' cartoon show, and you're the kids in the audience. Like, hi, sock puppet people!
It's like
Free candy! Yay!
It's like watching a kid play kids cartoon show, and you're like,
yeah, we need that Animal Crossing Diablo crossover.
I guess so. I guess so. I don't know.
I like these glasses though. Hi, Pat. Hi, Pat. Keep thinking of that. Kiki. Hi, Kiki. And Crow, Bob, I'm the most favorite person. Sounds like G.I. Jack, basically. Yes, alright! Fucking... I feel like I'm at like a panel or something, like at home. Please end your talk immediately. Bye, Lydia. We enjoyed the island. Look at that dead stare from Orwell. He's on some payloads.
He's working here.
He's a dodo.
I think one of our people at chat's trying to start a revolution.
Oh.
I don't mean to get political, but I feel like we need a new political party, one that cares about the people. So, people have been trying that for years.
No, that reminds me of the next KCD.
It never works.
We have 19 standards.
Yes, it's serial ports and stuff, right?
With political parties.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's not going to be like the same as the current political party.
Yeah.
It's the same thing what happened with the Greens. They always like, oh, we're party.
No, she's leading you out into the forest.
Okay.
We're hiding behind trees.
Okay.
You use your imagination. Chasing some ass. Come back here!
No. All your ways to negotiation.
Oh, no, if I wanted to be rude, I can actually show you what's rude in Animal Crossing.
Here's Johnny! This turns like a slasher as in the Shining remake. But I don't know, she's woo her and give her your fucking light stick, man. Come on. She wants the light stick.
See, that's being rude.
Just did the joke.
Oh, speaking of light stick.
Like how she's just looking at
Yeah, even gay people. Even gay people.
Yeah. It's called a nip phone. Ah! friends. Because I don't have a voice chat on in here. So which is true. No, it is. They are. They do. They basically split their sub goggles. That's what they are. No, I love all the names in here. Actually, what I'll do is it sucks because I know they're hanging out here. I don't know how long they want to hang out here. Because I also want to like keep them out there. I feel bad. But then they could also keep us here forever. What else is there? I'm stoned. Weather reacts to that. Okay. Halloween. Yep.
Catch you later.
The farm's gonna happen in a second. Back at home. So I can show everyone here what I mean by this, and then we'll switch out games, and then I think we'll be done with the stream. Which means, honestly, I think we're gonna end the stream on the Instagrams, the grams of instances. How many grams are in an Instagram? It's like the woodchuck question. Yep. And also our Instagram stream, yeah. So I just want to say out there, happy New Year's, and hack the planet, and we can't wait to show you what we have in our pants for 2021. I mean, show us what we have. But more importantly is that I hope we're able to all get vaccinated, all get over this, and we're all able to meet in person finally, so we can go back in person meetings. Let's see here. Someone's gonna roll a blunt on this chat. All right, so that's you're already celebrating for New Jersey. I see. All right, anyhow,
it's like it should be legal now, right? It should be like legal like right now.
On the 20th. Hack the Planet. It's when inauguration happens. Hack the Planet. Jerry Jersey represent. And hope that I will see you in the future content that we have, and I hope that sooner than later we get to see each other in person and do hangouts. Even when we do, we're still doing live stream stuff. So, peace.
Happy New Jersey. I mean, New Year.
Fucking metal!
Happy New Jersey. I'm gonna kill him after this.
Happy New Jersey. That's an oxymoron, though. Happy New Jersey. We're not happy people.
Well, yeah, I should show you online. It says I have some Dragon Ball games on Switch because there's nothing better than playing as Goku and defeating villains. I'm gonna ask you, Game Master, do you have the Xenoverse, aka the Bandai Namco game that doesn't die, or do you have Dragon Ball Fighters? Because I have Dragon Ball Fighters, even though I haven't played it in like I think almost a year now. But it's a good game though.
So wait, why do you put shitter in this game?
Well, you can put different furniture in your house, and here's the funny thing: there's actually a good use for the toilet because you can, when you eat fruit now, you get like super abilities, like you can shuffle up an entire tree and stuff. So if you want to cancel that effect, you can actually sit on the. Actually, you know what? I have an idea. I'm going to demonstrate this.
Okay.
You laugh at Paris.
Yeah. They had a whole island and also like items and patterns you could get. This is music, dear Lord. So I'll show you what I mean. So it's like you can eat a fruit in this game, and then that allows you to do super stuff. But if you want to cancel all the super abilities, like you just want to do normal digging or whatever, you can just do this. Now it's done.
That's great. That's absolutely great.
Yeah.
You have to wipe, man. Jesus.
Well, also note I pooped through my clothes.
Yeah.
You know, I pulled a Donald Trump and
then put the toilet in your
and
pocket.
pooped through my clothes.
Yeah.
This is the future, people.
Yeah.
This is the dystopia that video games have brought upon us. This is like kind of everything that the Reverend Jerry Falwell warned about 35 fucking years ago. See, this is Christ, this is Satan corrupting our children, man. You need to see Jesus.
This is going to be the image for the Instagram.
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ, come on.
I'm doing it.
Oh.
Let's see.
Oh, come on, man.
What?
Put my ass to the camera.
You have an entire Stonehenge in your pocket?
Yes.
Or are you just happy to see me?
Yes.
Yes. All right then, you know.
Yep. Yes and yes.
Well, hey, my ass is going on the Instagram. If I'd known, I would have gotten like maybe some tighter pants or something.
Oh.
A better ass shot. I mean, like, it's not even a good picture of my ass. I mean, it's just.
Now you say that.
You're very highly opinionated about your ass.
I mean, shit.
But yeah, so I love the namings of this. So I have a ski mask, which is the most appropriate name.
Gotcha.
I have a welding mask, some cucumber pack. I have cyber shades.
Cyber shades. For the cyber
Yep.
truck.
I have a gas mask, an HMD or head mount display. I also have pacifier, don't ask. I have pixel shades, which is what I normally, wear.
Going to a rave.
Happy.
With the.
I love when fireworks are far away enough. It sound like metal filing cabinets falling down the stairs.
Yeah.
Oh shit, my file cabinet.
I know, right? Yeah. And then I also have a Hoboken beard known as a rounded beard.
And what's that bondage kind of?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there because it's the dumbest thing. So a bit of background. So in the Animal Crossing world, whiskey exists in the game because Isabelle drinks it, but it's called party juice. So I saw this at the Able Sisters where you get clothing in the game, and I'm like, why are they selling a studded bondage mask?
Okay.
And I go to inquire what it's called. The pleather mask.
They couldn't even get real leather. Jesus Christ.
Well, I mean, there are cow villagers. They might protest.
Yeah. They might just wear it because they're super fucking
I mean,
I just realized Absinthe looks like Mountain Dew.
they're all. Yeah.
A little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, same exact color.
So what you're saying is, if we spike Mountain Dew with alcohol and we bring it to Long Island, they wouldn't notice.
Yeah, well, you know where Mountain Dew got its name.
Also, I got steampunk glasses.
Because it was mixers for a certain type of moonshine that was called Mountain Dew.
Yeah,
Not steampunk glasses. Triangle shades.
I think it's fucking terrible. It's like we all like the same fucking like weird trivia. No, the weird part is like that was what like my little brother was going for college. Was that he also like he was like he just like knew like the weirdest trivia, and then like all of us fraternity brothers like I also know like the weird trivia. Like holy shit, they really are related to him.
Look at that right there.
Right.
Actually, he just reminded me.
I saw Spooky Garland and I read it as Spooky Girlfriend.
That too. Pockets are too full. Hang on.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with dating a goth chick, I can tell you.
Yeah.
A little black #1.
Free singing.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can also wear this tight leather punk outfit.
They call it a punk outfit. Let's see what Jack thinks about it.
I don't even answer questions about whether it's punk or not anymore.
That's good answer.
My leather boots.
Fine answer.
That's just straight up fetish gear.
Yeah. That's why I put it on.
Yeah.
Just for this channel.
Yeah.
Right next to my T-Rex head and my King Tut helmet. Also, check out my room here. I have a rotary phone.
Oh, you have a Joy-Con.
And I don't know if you can hear it, but here's the best part about this ring con, right? I got this as a gift. It makes the sound when you do it offline.
Fucking meta, man.
Yeah.
It's also you have a switch on your Switch.
Yep.
Go, dog. I heard you like Switch.
And I have Pepe up there, beheaded Pepe. hamster. And then my new thing in the upper right here is the old phone.
Oh yeah.
I just bought, and I have a telephone booth outside.
I actually have one of those in the mail coming out.
I think I might have a wall-mounted phone in the other room. And then I think it is almost already one.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that's how fast it's moving. So I have a whole human skeleton in here.
So talk about skeletons in the pod.
Yeah, with my leather fetish gear. I have a bone to pick with him, literally. And the best part is...
Ah! Okay.
I have a pink computer doing coding.
Actually, it looks like a Desktop 201 website.
Yeah, it really does.
Well, I was gonna say, scrolling through
God fan in here. I have a pool table. I have a giant arcade. I have arcade, the arcade.
Oh, it's Galaga.
Yeah. Well, they call it Space Blaster. I've seen that before now.
Actually, no. It's Galaga.
So yeah, I'm gonna run and turn off my airport, and then I think we're nearly done with the stream.
It was Galaga, just not Galaga.
That's such a hacker answer. It's Galaga, just not Galaga.
Specifically, I mean, you gotta be like...
It's like it's Linux, but not Linux, but it's Linux.
Weird that it's Galaga on a Sega Dash.
It looks like a Sega arcade machine, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I thought I murdered shit. No, it's basically like, it's just like, you know, like work like happy hour. Like my boss is like, yeah, I got Jack on my team. This guy's got a fucking murder.
The only reason I
Close
know
the
what
gate now.
the only reason I know what machine game that was pretty much because I worked with Mac museum and some setup stuff.
No, that's good shit. Don't fucking apologize for being smart.
Yeah. Well, we don't have any visitors, so no problem.
Trump is used to that by now.
Yeah, it sounds like 2020.
Yep.
Well, thank God that's yours. Over now we can worse.
Yep. Watch her to wake up tomorrow is going to be like 12, 9, 11s. And...
Yeah, so I went like, you know, the difference between, I think, like 20, for me at least 2016 and 2020 was 2016 depressed, I was going to type out negative, by 2020 I was looking at Maryland Manson.
And soon you're just going to listen to noise.
Yeah, pretty much. Or you said 20, or you said that like 2017 was a Dead Kennedy. 2017 was a Dead Kennedy's album. 2020 was the Marilyn Manson album. It's just the best way to describe those like 2 years. Like 2017, like, you know, Jerry Brown's Governor is a forest fire climbing up the hill. I mean, this is a Dead Kennedy's album. You know, the years of fucking Dead Kennedy's album.
He's making music references that I don't get.
I mean, the best part about now is this is like, this is not, this used to be services around shit, and it'll come right up, you can listen to all the fucking songs.
Yeah.
They're all on YouTube.
Or Spotify.
Spotify, yeah. I mean, so, you know.
Just because of chat, I'm going to attempt to, we're probably not going to get far in it, but I will attempt to play one round of one last because we did advertise that we were going to do this. And then I'm going to call it quits just because it's way too late in the night, in my opinion. I want to go to bed. But while this loads, I'm going to go tinkle, so you guys get to chat and talk to people and use it.
Yay, what's going on, people?
Was that a sloth inside of an outline of G.I. Jack?
What?
Privacy policy.
Privacy policy.
They have a sloth.
I didn't scroll through this reading.
Yeah. You can take control.
Inner sloth processes data for Among Us, please.
Oh, you actually can't click on privacy policy.
Yeah.
It's a link that you can't click on.
And there's no I don't understand. And also there's no I don't understand. The best part is, or like, no. The best part is, no, what's worse is Jack's ever seen this. Have you ever seen the privacy policy for all the modern Bandai Namco games?
Oh,
like, you don't, they're not even online, it's just like a single player Pac-Man game, and they have a privacy policy and a terms of service, and they go on forever. You're just, I want to play Pac-Man.
The same with like Activision and like.
What I understand is they're usually comprehensive
But no, I mean like single player games like Crash Bandicoot.
So Kafka could not make it better, like, privacy policy. I understand you can't even read it.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yep.
Can't say no.
Yeah, that's very, very much Kafka. Yes. But the thing is, like, Crash Bandicoot, single-player game, download it and buy it from like on a cartridge or something, stick it in your system, and you read it the first time you boot it, the privacy policy from Activision Blizzard, which scrolls on for like 40 pages, and then terms of service beyond that, as to how you're allowed to fucking. I mean, everyone just scrolls past it's like, I agree, I don't care, whatever. But it's like, dude, like when I played Crash Bandicoot on the PlayStation 1, all I had to do was open the container, take out the disc, put it in, and press the X button.
Speaking of terms of service, so something I asked your feelings about it, because you're doing a Switch monitor. Right. And the Switch monitor that like Nintendo sent like agents, they kind of cornered him, like kind of rack. So your feelings about that one?
So there's a lot of basically Nintendo came out and they were like, yeah, Nintendo basically
this is a good one.
Right. Anyway,
oh man, that's a burns, man. That fucking burns. Fuck you, man. Like, fuck you. It's like, really fuck you. You know, I mean, you know.
It occasionally burns in my butt, but not.
Okay.
Jesus Christ. So not only is he posting a picture of my ass, he's just telling me my ass is not good enough. Jesus fucking Christ. You see what I have to put up with?
The punches keep coming.
Yes. Jesus fucking Christ. Yes. Okay.
Anyway.
The Switch. Body FBI.
Yeah, so Nintendo basically sent people to go and talk to some people who were very into this community on a very first-hand investigatory basis. And
So it says the PS2 era never had terms of service.
yeah,
You did have overheating issues, but yeah.
The PS2 era didn't, unless you were using the online service.
Right, which was like 2 games.
I mean, that makes
Yeah, that was basically so common.
I mean,
That's us. How do they play? They don't have any arms. Arms.
Magic.
We're good. We don't need arms.
This is this video that tells us how to play. Okay. I think what's funny is that this game came out in if I remember correctly, 2018, but then skyrocketed for last year.
Yeah, of course. You have congressmen playing it. It's fucking great.
What you mean is you actually have someone in Congress that knows what people are actually doing and likes. Yeah, that's kind of new. We're haunted. The turkey is going on downstairs. They were as confused as we are with all the explosions going on outside.
Anyway, I think it's been walking back and forth between these two.
Yeah, I'm just simulating 2020.
Yeah, well, so far, the orange character hasn't just stabbed you with his point of view.
Not yet. He's probably sus.
Yeah, the orange character is really sus.
Racist against orange people out here.
No, I used to think JoJo years. Nothing against the black man, nothing against the Donald Trump gets everyone called and say, like, you can't say that. And Donald Trump gets president. I told you so, motherfucker.
Yes, exactly.
You know.
Hosting a game, you have to control how the game plays, for determining who you want to play with. That's what she said. Yes. If you want to play with friends online, set to private and share the room code, okay, so we'll attempt to do that. If you want to play with others from around the world, just set to public. If we have a Saturday after the room code, which we probably might, I guess, point out, just set it to public. Want to play with more tasks? Oh, God! That's freaking OS2 warp problem. Hey, do you want to play? You want to play with more tasks?
Yeah.
That's the last thing I want to see a fucking terminal. Is do you want to play with more tasks?
Speaking of which, what was it?
Angry Bird.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, you didn't know?
So the PS5 has a controller now works as OS 10.
The control. Yeah. Yes, it does.
So that's for Onyx. It's like,
I've been meaning to plug in Commander about this.
yeah. So that's for Onyx. It's like who fucking does this, right?
Yeah.
Like, well, somebody's paying a lot of money. I mean, I know, but who's writing these checks for this? They're like, well, somebody's pushing buttons. Yeah, but who? I mean, you want to know.
Probably Sony. Probably Sony of Europe.
Either that or it's whoever's like running the MetroCard system. Because, you know, they're still on OS 2.
Are they? What's that for?
So the point of sale systems, they started on OS 2, they progressed to NT4 embedded, then 2000 embedded, XP. Now they're on Windows embedded standard, like 2017 or something.
Oh, okay.
So those progressed over time because, you know, they're just point of sale, they're just terminals, they can upgrade them. Servers, on the other hand, are still running OS 2.
Wait, you're OS 2 server side?
The MetroCard system is very much based in 1989. So
Yeah. Also, I also blame the asshole that ported Linux to Nintendo 64. Just changing the category here.
Okay. That's awesome. We're recording Laura's a good job.
I know, again.
Yeah.
He needs to wake up at some point.
You are a crazy bastard, but good second
on top of that, I heard there was someone actually working on, so the way the N64 does graphics, it has its own like GPU called like RST, reality synthesizer process.
I just want to interrupt. So it says, one of my friends responded to the illegal streaming bill that passed. Oh, apparently I guess it passed. By saying that they'll never beat the internet.
So anyway, the
We'll never be here.
Yeah, the N64
You'll beat off on the internet.
It earns its pretentiousness with the graphics.
That's
It's
what
actually rather modern and intense. Like it's not a fixed function graphics card. It's a programmable shader, and we're talking 1994.
Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah.
Cool.
So how it works is it has a microcode that does all the display list decoding and like shader processing and stuff for what's in its memory. So it has access to texture parameters of like 4 kilobytes. I mean, being that it's memory limited, the fact that it is a dynamic.
By the way, I have the headphones on again, so if there's anyone in Discord who wants to talk, here to talk.
Right.
You need to
The fact that it is, you know,
If you need him, he's there.
GPU is rather intense, but it works by uploading microcode into the RMR60. And then different games had different microcode to support different graphics APIs. There was one that was vaguely OpenGL 1.1 compatible. There were accelerated graphics APIs, video decoding for streaming level data, scenes information.
I'm going to end the video on the Discord.
And there was like there were a couple of different microcodes out there for different things. I heard someone was actually working on, in collaboration with the local Linux support with the N64, a Vulkan driver with a Vulkan microcode that runs on the N64's graphics processing unit.
Interesting.
So literally, you can pipe in Vulkan like Spur V onto its microcode, and it'll rasterize it on the fly.
So, cluster.
Yeah, they're working on something like that. Yeah.
Like GPUs and the PC.
Yeah, this is the N64, 1995.
Oh, cool.
So like,
What performance is it?
I would imagine it's very not great. And you don't have any like memory. Like Vulkan pretty much gives you the expectation that okay, you have enough RAM. It's a solid allocation block of like at least 256 megabytes, but up in the gigabyte range more likely.
So it just mentioned one of my favorite stereotypes that I see is that some people say they watch anime for porn fetishes. They're not exactly wrong, but
Anyway, so up in the gigabyte range, and the N64 is running on, okay, you have main RAM, like the RAM bus on RAM, you have up to 8 megabytes on console, and then like texture RAM and VRAM, it's like 192K, 4K respectively. So not much to work with, but hey, it's Vulkan.
This is some evil shit right here. I mean, if you need to run it, like, do that. I don't want to hold you here. Because I'm only going to be doing this for like a couple of minutes. Poland, yeah. I was like, Polish. You know what? Because of that, I'm going to select. I thought I selected that. I guess not. Oh, this is neat. Wait a minute! Why am I black? I haven't been playing in this default made of black. This game's racist.
Well, it's better than being orange,
to be frank. Admin privileges.
Oh yes. Oh my god, I hit the corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
Boop. Boop. I Jackson's slowly losing his mind.
I lost my line a long time ago, so it's nothing really nice.
Was that quote from Ozzy Osbourne, the one that I lost? I missed my mind the most.
Yeah.
There's a hole.
There's a hole.
After the hole. This is map.
There's a hole in this floor. There's a hole in this
Ah! Finally got revenge on me with that bullshit. I don't know what the buttons do. This is the orifice.
Okay. Is that the back orifice?
What the?
You're bad at swiping cards.
Oh. What's that? There we go.
There we go.
Third time's a charm. It's just like dumb. Ah! I found a dummy!
Dummy.
Ooh, the HD rumble, you can feel the, you can feel the lava.
Okay, now I feel it.
Jack for the year, I don't feel it. Okay, so I'm not the imposter in this one. This is just to get a feel of what this game is like. I guess in this stage the holes replace the vents, which is what the imposter uses to crawl around. See, I feel like ZR should give me that, but that's just me. Ooh, I can feel this thing vibrating. Yes. Very much aware of that. That's why I said it. Oh, the next hurricane coming in. It's just this is engine manager's place. Surgeries. That's the COVID station. Here's the men's bathroom. Oh, there's a glory hole. Decontamination room. Oh, that was cool. Oh, that was really cool.
Wait,
You can feel the steam hit you, and the doors open and close. I like this lighting effect. Look at this.
What's fucking drunk Guineas?
That's our new album cover, Drunk Guineas. Drunk Guineas. Section 230 is repealed. Is it possible to restore section 230? Honestly, so if you haven't noticed by now, Happy New Year, Rocksteady. Where's Bebop? Is that we kind of, I guess, are like making like when it comes to like laws. I think you have to understand what laws is. That laws are just literally just making shit up. Actually, I'm gonna see if the door auto closes. Okay. So here's what I want you to do. So seriously, you walk on the door, you're gonna get A, go in that room, you're gonna feel it. You're gonna feel exactly like. Yeah, that's cool. I think the coolest thing that Jack does not know about is that in the Doom ports for Switch, it also has HD rumble. So like when when you reload the shotgun, you can actually feel two different motors, like so it feels like pulling back on it to reload.
It was the emergency meeting, but...
Yep. I think I only explored just was that the entire map? I can't tell.
No, you still have where they make sure.
Yeah. Maze. Fix weapon. What are the controls for this? I can't move it. It's like Cyberpunk 2077. Nothing works. I feel like I'm defragging a hard drive here. Why does it work for you? Oh, okay. Game Master's like, I bring up 230 because he defines it as the law that created the internet. Unfortunately, the law that created the internet was Tim Berners-Lee. Oh god, the less we can talk about that consortium, the better. The internet consortium. The one to approve DRM for the internet. Ah. Cute. Snow boy. Why do I think maybe. Why do I hear lasers?
Zapping off. Come on, man.
Well, you know, aliens have to get I could see that being way more complicated on a touchscreen. That was definitely designed for a touchscreen because with this, it locks you in place, so you can't screw it up. Go back to the labs. I'm just getting a feel for this. Oh, great. Where's Node.js? Why are there boobs?
There's no Node.
Okay.
Okay, so.
Press X to X. Oh, okay. A?
There we go. You have to cancel out. And my question is can I become sus? I just do have that job. Oh, there's a hand in there. It's the best Magfest I've ever been a part of. Is this what Magfest kind of feels like? What's up over here? I should be familiar with this.
Yeah.
Oh, this is cool. Oh, you can feel it too. I didn't even need to pick it. Probably skeleton keys. Alright, so can I become sus? Like, how does that work?
I don't know. I think you have to be in the multiplayer maybe.
But it said in the mode you can do both. I just want to try the report function part. I apparently can't because there's nothing to report on. Oh well. I will leave the game. Very simple menu system. Very handy. What's this? Oh, it's the credits. These are all the people that went around this. You know you're in an indie game when you have more translators.
Yeah.
Korean. There's a Russian dude named Sucker that explains a lot on Trump's AIDS.
Oh, you can actually read.
I can read it. But it actually said...
That was an accidental insult. You're like, oh, you can actually read? Yes, I can read. Yeah. Update page. Alright, I guess I'll attempt to try around and then I will end the stream. Let's see. Private. I think you have to host Polish. I think in this mode, this is when you select public or private, I think, or not.
Yeah, that's where you set up
Because it's on private. Okay, so the code is So I'm gonna post this in here and then post this on Twitter. This looks like our apartment. So misspelled code in the worst way. Code. Cope.
There was that Sonic prototype that just got showed up.
Yeah, it was cool as fuck.
Yeah, and the spring yard level, there's signs just all over, like floating around words that say things like CPU and go up. And there's one that says,
Hi, Jay. Keep going.
That was it. You just talked over what I was saying. There's one that says cope.
Because it's normally in the game, but not like that. Should probably include a GIF with this. What the? Legs are too round. So we're going to try this for a couple of minutes. If we don't get anyone, that's fine. It's probably too late in the night. It was probably like drunk and shit. I saw a better gift right when I selected the other one. This is cool. So we might, in the future, we might do this in addition to the Jackbox party. When we like do in-person stuff, as well as online. I would actually like to try this at our next meeting. Or I know N Commander's been down to do this.
Yeah, I would join it, but the PC version costs money, and the phone version is loaded with ads.
Oh, okay. I just saw something here. Someone just asked the question. I'm going to do that for them. We, for everyone in here on the voice chat, the reason why we stopped doing we're going to attempt to try this again. The reason why we turned off the display, because we do have this live stream on Twitch and things like that. But the reason why we turned that off was because we were having like not stream issues, but like bandwidth issues. Not anything severe. We just wanted to do that. So just for this last couple of minutes, we're gonna leave this on. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Hey, Bloom's here. Hi, Bloom. Nice hat. We're hoping for 8 players because that's the whole thing. We just posted this on Twitter, so it's probably gonna take a couple of minutes for people to see it.
Right. What's it called?
Do you have to have 8 players before you start?
Yeah, you can set the amount. So I originally set it to 8 because I thought, it's originally default to 10. I thought 8 would be more well-rounded.
Oh, if this out for you for more apps and stuff, I just checked out this in the water.
Yeah, you can dump that because I can always get more. Alright, Mask. Z-Mask. Whenever you use this, I'm still on the lookout for Article 13, so it doesn't mess up the internet. Besides the internet, it's still mostly. I would argue against that. You just argued that. Oh God, from Wisconsin. That the internet, you're arguing that the internet is mostly decentralized. I would actually argue that most of the internet is centralized. It's actually a decent amount. It was centralized when I was young, and now it's even more centralized, like way more. there are pockets that are still kind of decentralized, like they're kind of pseudo-decentralized.
What I have to say is that the internet, as a concept, the internet is decentralized. It's just a roll and a plunger. Just wearing a plunger.
Sorry about that.
So, but as a concept, the internet itself is decentralized. Dumb.
This is the best. I'm so sorry. I found the jacket.
It's like, yeah.
That's up to be in my center again. Where the plunger? That's just hilarious.
Oh, she's got the plunger.
But what about what you're saying about decentralized?
The internet itself is decentralized. The web is very much not anymore, and the infrastructure to the internet isn't decentralized much anymore. Like there's there's always been IXPs, internet exchange points, that like big, nexus points of the networks. You had like Copenhagen with the AMSIX. You have like DECIX, Frankfurt, Germany. Various ones splattered around in the U.S. connected to RIPE NCC and all that.
165 Hollister Street. Whoever owns that one.
Right. No such agency. But they all exist and perform, the backbone functions of the internet, passing on packets here and there. But lately, the whole client-server aspect of the internet has devolved to the point where the clients are, very widespread, but they all pretty much run the same operating system. And the servers are all freaking Amazon Web Services. Everything's just AWS. You're not connecting to, someone hosting their own little private server on their own. You can't even set up a server on consumer internet anymore.
You can. Here's the thing is, though, there's only a very brief period where you could do that. Because I remember back, like in the 90s, where you had cable modems first came out, they looked like block 480. Mm-hmm. They blocked like 443, so it's like, they only couldn't, but it was easy to get around, so people did it anyway. And then you use like AthCX, DYN, DNS. Because we used to set all this up, and then like my what's it called? Walt may have threw his handle out, but his buddy had.
Someone asked if we've ever played Morrowind. I actually have never played any of the Elder Scrolls series.
I've never played Elder Scrolls.
No.
Maybe that might. Maybe I should look up that for Linux and see.
I've never played that because it's gonna be like kind of like false nostalgia because I never played it back in the day. Never played it ever. I know people who were obsessed with it back when it came out.
I never thought there was a rule that you had to like do nostalgic shit on like Archfile.
Well, I don't know. I just feel like an old motherfucker in my late 30s. It's just
I have a feeling that I'm just gonna open Morrowind and I'm gonna be like, what the fuck is this game? Like, I mean, if it was 1998 and I was playing it, I'd probably be blown away by it. Yeah. But by today's standards, I would probably look at the game and be like, they used to call this video game?
It's funny.
One of those motherfuckers who still like accidentally signs the date 1999 for whatever fucking reason because you forget that like.
You think Elder Scrolls is in 1999, but in reality it's 2199. I can't tell you exactly what year it is because we honestly don't know.
I kind of feel like that. It's kind of like what happened.
That's from The Matrix.
I know. I know exactly. I remember that quote from The Matrix. Or my favorite Matrix quote: 1999, the peak of your civilization, because once we started thinking for you, it really became our civilization, Agent Smith. And the more time goes on, as somebody remembers 1999, and literally saw the rise of not killer robot machines, but machines like the internet.
Yeah, it's
that quote haunts me more than any other. So that's my personal.
It's very future-proof, that movie, which is honestly what's concerning me. Partly about they're going to make Warner Bros. Is releasing a sequel.
Yeah.
And actually, what's concerning me more is how much people were really hyped to see Wonder Woman 84, and then apparently that was like the biggest disappointment of this year.
What?
Wonder Woman 84, the sequel to Wonder Woman. Whether apparently you were a fan, an action fan, a DC fan, a superhero fan, and the weird thing was seeing not necessarily right wing, but more conservative central people and feminists and like left-leaning people basically agree that Wonder Woman 98 sucked, and it didn't please any four. It pleased neither category. Like the feminism was garbage. It was like it both hated men but also disserviced women. It was like insane, especially since the first film was really good. I'd seen the first film, so it's like I'm thinking like, I really hope that's not the Matrix next year, please.
Yeah, I almost kind of think it's like the more you like almost talk to the younger generation, it's like it's not that they don't like media from my generation. It's when they watch it, they like it, but they get like all different things from it that I get from it, or people from my generation got from it.
So what I'm gonna do?
It's like
So
it's like everyone goes like, oh my god, 90s nostalgia, and you talk to these people like, I remember the fucking 90s, man. Like, I remember it. And
it's like I was there. I know.
Yeah, it was like completely different than what you took out of it. So you think of like, okay, so it gets back to a book that actually Pocket like introduced me to, was Simulation and Simulacra.
Simulacra and Simulation.
Okay, yeah.
You always reverse the name.
Okay, yeah. So it gets back to that. When people have very much a lot of simulacra that exists about the 1990s.
It's like my favorite operating system, Linux Arch.
Oh, come on. You get shit backwards all the time. I never fucking say anything, man. Come on.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
No, I just find that amusing, that's all. Because it says it right there on the book.
Yeah, but, so it's like, so like a lot of what people call 90s nostalgia is very much simulacra. It's like a lot of it is very, like, kind of one is half simulation, like third order simulation, half simulacra. So especially when you talk to like music, and you kind of like you understand the music, but you kind of don't understand like society's kind of what society's relationship was in music, and people still like you think like don't understand like why certain people get mad. It's like, okay, there's context behind like everything, and if you think I'm getting mad now, go back to the actual 90s and you might get your nose broken over the same conversations where I kind of like I'm trying to be polite about it. Back then they would have escalated sharply, and also know that the violent crime rate like in the 90s was like twice like now. So it's just kind of like, no, you've just like it's like certain things. I'm not saying it's actually better, but it's like when you say you have 90s nostalgia, I'm almost thinking like, what are you really nostalgic about? And like also you kind of pick like the fucking worst bands, like the worst shit. Like in that jazz, like that cool jazz, like solo cup, that little fucking cup, the little logo in the cup, it's the dumbest thing in the fucking world. Why do people like that? It's like of all things in the 90s, it's the dumbest fucking thing. Like
that's why they like it. That's why they like it. Because it's the dumbest thing.
I know. Also, it's like, why does anybody bring back Third Eye Blind? I mean, like all the stupid one-hit wonder bands. I mean, can you at least bring back Typo Negative? I mean, Tools.
There's like tribute shows for those all the time and stuff like that. Yeah.
So I mean, there is really great punk rock and metal and goth and stuff like that. All the subcultures everyone associates with the 80s were still going strong in the 90s, and they were all mostly still going strong until about 2010s, at least.
Oh, this poor bastard. Last pigeon night of 2020. Like that pigeon.
Like what pigeon? Like
he's doing code for it. Yeah.
Wow. So like those are guys. Like when I say like I critique Pigeon, like I've been using Pigeon so long. I remember when it was Game, because I actually used Game when it was current, right? Like when it was supported AOL Instant Messenger and Yahoo, and it was called Game, and then they forced them to change the name because of copyright, and then became Pigeon later.
I remember when it was like GTK 1.2X.
Same, yeah.
Yeah.
So I used that when I was in like high school.
Oh, that's
after
cute.
I got pissed off for Blue Screen of Death. I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm putting Red Hat on my machine. So I ran Red Hat 6 with kernel 2.2, and I ran Red Hat 7 with kernel 2.4. And some god ugly GNOME 1, GTK 1, ugly as fucking sin, no tab stops. Was pretty much close to complete trash, but this is past the point where they had Firefox 2. I think 2 was out and ran on it, so the web browser worked. So it worked just well enough that I could use it. There was XMMS, the audio worked just well enough that I can rock out of tunes. So it worked for a while, but it was butt ugly. Let me tell you, it was butt fucking ugly. And it worked, but it barely worked. I mean, it didn't crash. It did not crash, right? Among other things, but there was no manual. There was no kind of Yum didn't exist in this day. You had to like literally manually download all the packages, install with RPM. So this is actually like before they had Yum.
So, as much as I would like to continue on the old man rant, and I do have a lot to, I normally have a lot to say about that. I think we're going to end the stream here. I feel pretty happy because we got a good amount of donations. I'm going to attempt to raid. DC Sky Talks have been doing a similar thing that we've been doing where they've just been interviewing people. I'm going to attempt to raid their channel. I don't know because I actually ran this problem last time with CCC where they set one of their channels where, I guess because they were being overly secure and cautious, where we're unable to raid them. So if that doesn't work, we're going to raid something that Woke has been doing that's cool. I'll try to get the people from Woke onto our stuff on next year. These were the people who mainly multi-broadcasted all the BML stuff.
Oh yeah, I think I saw them. Cool.
We basically raided them every time they were on because they were usually on late at night. And I know some of the people in that, and what they're doing really cute is they're using their same system and they're just broadcasting all the New Year's Eve celebrations simultaneously. So if we don't, we probably will host that later. Yeah. But if we can't raid DC Sky Talks, DEFCON Sky Talks, we will raid them instead because I know Woke is raidable. So I guess what we'll do here is there any final thoughts, concessions, stuff you want to say to our audience for
Hurt the planet?
Okay, we're gonna get with that. Sir, is there anything you want to add or say?
Here's to hoping 2021 is a year.
Yeah.
You mean that general way or Hackers on Planet Earth?
I mean, like in general, like the year 2021. I hope it's only a year and not 5 years like 2020 was.
Yeah, I agree. It really did feel like it went on. Yeah. It actually, real quick, I actually kind of dissected that because I did think about how, like, why does this feel? Because what bothers me is that I lived through 8 years of Bush, and that felt shorter than this year, never mind all 4 years of Trump's presidency. Like, I felt like Trump has been president for 20 years. Yeah. Like, that's how it felt like. And what I kind of realized is that while, in my opinion, which is to me the precedent for the Iraq war and the tanking of our economy in 2008 and beyond, is the same magnitude as all the shit that's going on. You know, it's like going to affect everyone for like 40 plus years to come. There were peaks and valleys with Bush's administration. So it's like, you know, it was like, oh, we're going to war, it's a good thing, and then like months later, oh, is this guy looking bad, and then so it was like basically when Bush screwed up, it was almost like an Olympic event because like it would be like 4 months since he screwed up or his administration or something, like in terms of like being able to hear it all the time and stuff. Like there were active protests, but there was like, you know, there was actually a couple of things where it's like, oh, Bush did that. That's actually shockingly nice. And then 2 months later, he just did something like stupid again. Yeah, you know? I mean, and this is not to excuse Bush. I'm just saying like every president we've had was like that. I would even argue Bill Clinton, which to me, you know, had the whole like. What do you call it, the Seattle, not Seattle, or whatever, those riots and things like that. Again, there was peaks and valleys. He played the saxophone, he ruined the world trade, you know, like that. Trump's thing was literally, it wasn't even every day, every hour something happened. Yeah. And that's what puts your nerves on crazy.
And the thing is, I feel like it fatigued a lot of Americans to actual bullshit happening. So a lot more of like the lower government was able to shove more bullshit through without people, you know, reacting to it.
Someone mentioned, not to mention Biden's essentially a Republican, which is basically true. I mean,
he has an old hat Republican.
Dead serious. He has improved over the years with certain points, but yes, he's basically what to me and the Republicans were like.
He's a red
Democrat. Like 30 years ago. You know? Yeah.
I mean, so the way to describe Biden is, it's like, you know, it's like even if like you don't like Biden. Essentially, you're voting Trump out. You're voting for the opposition, and you can vote against Biden 4 years if you don't like him.
Yeah, and you can.
So it's like really dangerous if you have some like dickhead who gets entrenched and gets 8 years of power instead of 4.
And you can actively protest him too. Like he's an actual legal person. You know, like he's. You know, it's the same thing where like a lot of these Congress critters are still bound to Congress, so like you can actively. You know, protest and things like that.
The only thing I have to say, like, is like the DSA had a good night. Like progressives won 76% of the elections they stood for in the general election. They seated not a single seat. Nobody, no DSA candidate or no progressive candidate lost.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Exactly.
Neoliberals lost. So everything, like, when they want to say, just blew right the fuck up in their face.
Yep.
So if anything, like, as far as, like, you say, like, well, Bernie Sanders, like, no, Bernie Sanders had a really good fucking night. And you know what? You can say whatever you want about him, but he's still a fucking senator. So he's marching back to the fucking Senate triumphantly. He made the point he needed to do, and he's back to the fucking Senate.
All the politicians have flaws, but there are definitely, like, you know, it's kind of like the same way with tech, where, like, different versions of Linux have their negatives and stuff, but there are some that just perform better or more used than others.
The one thing that Bernie needs to do now is he needs to go patch things over with the fucking Elizabeth Warren.
Honestly, more accurate, what he needs to do is him and AOC need to be on the camera together and remind them that they basically agree on almost everything.
They're the same side,
So again, like, you know, like anyone who's a super fan of AOC or a super fan of Bernie Sanders who's like yelling at the other one needs to calm the fuck down. Because it's getting ridiculous now. It makes us look sad, you know?
Pretty much.
The other thing, too, and he also brought up that, Biden wants to repeal, although I think it's at a lower level, but by the 230, Section 230. That's going to be forever. It's like one of those things where I felt like, while maybe the FCC is usually, like, more beholden when, like, Trump's in charge, I think we would have had these issues regardless of who's in charge. Because this is like the NSA, this is like who's ever in charge, like the internet's the internet,
the corporate lobbyists and the fucking media who push all this fucking shenanigans with the FCC.
And I also want to know,
like Chris Dodd, you haven't forgetting who you're fucking Lindsey
and
Graham
Ben Shapiro,
is another one of those.
And also don't forget too Ben Shapiro, Steve Crowder. Like when we talk about media, because that's one of the biggest problems I have with older millennials is it's similar to boomers where everyone still thinks it's the 90s. So when they say the media, they're still thinking, which is they are part of it, like Fox News, CNN, MTV and stuff. But they completely miss out on like all those Twitch celebrities are partnered with this. YouTube is partnered with this. It's
so we're talking about like the motherfuckers who still have a fuck ton of like we won't call them the mainstream media, we'll call them the old media. And we're gonna say they're a problem, not necessarily because not just their like media influence, is because like the power they still fucking wield in fucking Congress and the lobbying they still fucking do. Is still
but I also want to
the one person we will not forget. What's it called? Because it's not a fucking Democrat Republican thing. The name who's come up, who's a big lobbyist for these companies, is Lindsey fucking Graham.
Yes.
Don't forget it. That was the guy who fucking introduced fucking Sapa and who introduced Pippa in the fucking House.
Yeah.
What's it called? No, I'm sorry, the Senate. That was Lindsey motherfucking Graham. I mean, Chris Dodd, a Democrat, he's long retired.
And unfortunately,
Lindsey fucking Graham is one of those motherfuckers. You don't forget it.
Unfortunately, also a lot of this censorship stuff is super bipartisan too. Because again, we have to remind that, which is one of the biggest black eyes I can think of, is that, you know, as much as I love him, the whole reason why we have Sesta Fosta, which then beholden Pippa, Kappa, and the rest of them, is Bernie said yes on this. Like, that's what I mean, is that all these issues, like, unless you're very specific, and for example, Sesta Fosta literally had one lowly Democrat and one lowly Republican say no, and also AOC in a recent thing, when it came up again, said no. Those are literally the outliers. It's usually very even among Democrats and Republicans. Yeah. And I would even argue Greens and Libertarians, especially shockingly Libertarians, to put all of this censorship government.
I'd say more shockingly Greens, because you're
that literally tell you no, because I wouldn't say shockingly Greens, because Greens are sort of like this weird wishy-washy thing. Libertarians are the ones who are constantly rah, 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 freedom, rah, 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 like free speech, and then they vote in all the censorship laws. So it's like, that's what I mean by...
Especially like capitalist libertarian, it's like, you know, I found out, like, as former libertarian, you found a long time ago, there is no real capitalist.
This is an American problem. That's what it is. Like, us wanting selfish power, self-censorship, and the Puritanism, that's American. Yeah. So it goes across so many party lines and stuff because it's so socially ingrained to us to want to push all these types of censorship. Not even just sex stuff, just censorship in general, that half the time most people don't even realize it. Or don't want to realize it or don't care for it. So, where was we getting with this? But yeah, no, that's exactly why I said that my hope, because I'm already starting to see this, that I could actually see happening, is... a lot of the public is fed up enough that, like we saw with the Black Lives Matter protests, they are going to hold people accountable, and especially because, and I'm not saying they'll succeed, I'm just saying when something happens, you'll actually see a pushback, because that was one of the frustrations with Trump, because I'll put it this way, I would have been, in my opinion, equally as upset, because he's a huge Democrat. He's not even actually, weirdly enough, a neoliberal. That's the creepy part. To me, I would have been just as upset, and would have also, to me, we would have seen almost the same exact results if Jeff Bezos ran for president and won with this Trump administration.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, because, like, that's the cloth they're cut from. And I am still scared.
Oh, the one who actually did run, Bloomberg.
Yes, exactly. And that's why...
I think it's like kind of half, I think, why Biden won is because Bloomberg took a debate stage, and then Biden just cut right into him. And
yeah.
like, so you thought Biden was a shitbag, and he is, but compared to Bloomberg, he's a
fucking
saint.
Yeah.
So it's like when you talk about, like, especially with, like, Bloomberg, you're like... Like, you talk about, like, you know, like, especially, like, Bernie's not a real Democrat. This guy was a Republican mayor of New York who was praising Trump, praising Bush in the Bush era. He's, like, golf partners with Trump. He's done every last dumb shit scumbag thing Trump's done. Like, besides being friends with Trump, it's like, you kick these people out of the Democratic Party. Fuck their money.
I know.
We can
I'm gonna leave this with this on a more positive thing, because we could rant about this forever, and the stream will be in. Also, Sarah still needs to eat. Is that... Here's what I think's gonna break things for older millennials, right? I have a feeling that, like, and I'm just gonna pick a year out of my ass, 2040. We're gonna see either a Pole or a descendant of a Pole run for even local election and win. And that's when everyone's going to sink in and snap out of the 90s stuff. When millennials start seeing their own kind get in that are not AOC types and screwing up just like boomers have, then they're going to realize, oh, wow, here I was yelling about Fox News and CNN and then praising YouTube and Twitch and Google and stuff. And that's when they'll click, oh, they're the new MTV. They're the new Clintons. They're the new Bush.
Well, here's the thing is, though, it never clicks for anybody. For all the same people who are screaming, like, about, like, Google and whatever, the opposite way, because I see it the opposite way. They're like, yeah, we need the fucking, like, we need, like, CNN back or, like, real news back. And you're like, no, they did the exact same dumb shit.
I've only heard that from boomers. I've never heard that anyone from our age. Our age has that terrible problem. Our age group has that terrible problem of literally jumping out of frying pans and into fire. Like, it's literally like, you know, it's like, we don't want nuclear war. Hey, so we're going to vote on nuclear war. Like, that's the because it's named a different thing. It's now called, like, the Call of Duty Initiative, but it's the nuclear war plan from the 50s. And it's like, that's what we do.
Like, as far as this country goes, especially with, like, the Trumpers and the coronavirus, instead of, like, you know, instead of just kind of admitting they fucked up, they just kind of doubled down to own it and not admit wrongdoing.
Yes, exactly.
So I don't think anybody who comes after them is ever going to admit wrongdoing either, and that's a fucking problem. Unless it's something, it's like, what needs to happen now is you need, like, consequences for Trump. Not, like, a witch hunt or whatever, or, like, political shit. Like, what they did, and if it was wrong, it was illegal, they need to go to fucking jail for it. Yeah. Like, you know, they need to be held to, like, responsibility.
Or at least prosecuted and tried.
Or at very least, all these people, whoever went along with it, you just need to fucking yank all their security clearances.
That's like my problem. That's also like my problem with, real quick, that's also like my problem with a lot of, like, when black people get shot, and then I hear people go like, oh, but he had a criminal record and he did this crime thing, and it's like, yeah, so our legal system is that you get caught and you're held to trial. Yeah. What sucked is, even if they did a criminal activity, we don't know because they never got tried. You know, that interrupts our legal system. So you can't even say that, because even if we have video footage of doing a crime, like, if they got convicted and were guilty and then got shot later, then it's like, okay, it was a criminal, he deserved that.
People go off on some rant about, like, Iran or North Korea or, like, some other fucking shithole that we're bombing into submission, because, like, they
oh, you mean us?
Yeah, like us, exactly.
Yeah,
like
us. We're killing us. And these are, like, people getting shot on the streets. These are extrajudicial killings. These are cops going out and taking justice into their own hands, seeing that, oh, this person is doing something that is worth the death sentence. I'm going to shoot them.
Yeah, and it's
what was that one guy?
Jury, and execution.
That's not how this works.
What was that one guy who got shot over, like, passing, like $20 worth of
Oh my God, so you just made me realize, because I'm this dumb, we basically have judges like from Judge Dredd.
Yeah.
That's what we have. And
I am the law.
That's yeah.
Cheers. Anyways, cheers. I
Yep.
think we're gonna kill it.
I think we're gonna kill it. So happier note. We have a lot of stuff planned for next year. We can't wait for you all to see it. Hopefully, in the this year, later on, we will be able to see stuff in person. I also hope, which was my closing thing for this year, was PAX East apparently is going to happen in June. I hope that Ciricel and a bunch of us are actually going to be there, and that because we still need to go through a process and get approved and stuff. And I guess lastly is so apparently, and I guess say this out loud here, whether or not DEF CON happens virtually this year, or especially physically, there's been preliminary asks by core staff if we would hold, with assistance apparently from DEF CON core group. I don't know what form that assistance will take, so I can't comment on that. But we have been asked by core staff and just other people too.
Is this something we are allowed to say in public, like on the stream here?
Here's something in general, because whether or not it's an official thing or not, I would like to do something awesome for next year's DEF CON, virtually or online. I'll put it this way. We were supposed to do basically an online party for DEF CON, and then basically just all of our personal lives got in the way. Whether it's virtually or in person, because this was basically a non-year, I would love to do that.
Cool.
Even if it's just going into a room with some booze and non-booze and talking. So, Happy New Year's to everyone.
Happy New Year. Hack the planet.
Yep, hack the planet.
Hack the new year.
Merry Kwanzaa, because there's one more day left. And also remember, which we're going to do in chat again, even though we will not be streaming tomorrow, we'll post the links on our Twitter and stuff, we are still raising funds for the Child's Play charity. You literally have 24 hours left. I'm posting it one last time in chat, and we're going to go raid, hopefully we're allowed to raid the DC Sky Talks. Let's see if this happens. Yep, they got too overly security conscious and you can't raid them. So we're going to raid Woke. So screw Sky Talks, we like them, but we hosted them.
Don't screw Sky
Well,
Talks.
we hosted them early.
Yeah.
So you kind of get the idea. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Here we go. So we know Woke is available for raid, so we're saying them about now. So again, thank you everyone for watching. If you like our content and you want to see our upcoming meeting on the 15th, there are other shows, and we're going to be doing a ton of stuff. Take a little bit of break in January, but doing a ton of stuff. You can hit that bell, like, share, and subscribe on Twitch, DLive, YouTube, or Facebook. Thank you all for watching on Twitter. On Twitch, we're gonna raid this channel. Hack the planet. DEF CON 21 represent. Dirty Jersey's awesome, and yeah, Happy New Year. Cheers for 2021.
Hack the
Peace.
planet.
Enjoy our outro music.
Thank you.